Hello, good morning. Good morning, evening, afternoon, whatever your time zone is. Today is Cat Boys.
Today is boys kissing.
Today is boys kissing, just like every day is boys kissing. He's a little sickies today, but
yeah, sorry if I sound so crusty.
no, it's okay.
I'm so sick.
He's a little sickies, but that's okay. He's just gonna be a little sniffly.
Nobody can take me away. I'm so much better than I was yesterday.
Yes,
So
you were fucking wrecked yesterday.
If it was yesterday, I would be over here like.
Let me sound check to see if you sound good. Continue to say words.
I'm just sniffing.
Let me sound check to see if you sound good.
Oh, I hear myself. Or do you?
Yeah. Hi. Yes. Doubling audio.
Okay.
You'll deal with it. It's over now. Don't worry, guys. It's gone.
Okay.
It's gone. I promise.
The ghost is gone.
The ghost is gone. If he's still quiet at any point, just let me know. I'll turn him up. Actually, I can turn you up right now. A little bit.
We're just in case he's sorry. Also, my brain is so everywhere. So if I don't make a lot of sense, I'm so sorry.
There you go. You should be good. I'm looking. Yeah, you should be good. My levels look okay. Yeah, okay. Hey, bestie. Do you like boys kissing? I hope so.
Boys kissing.
Good morning, Aiden. All right. You can see on Discord?
Yes, I can.
Okay, fantastic. Then let me hop in here. There you are. Okay. And let me get me situated. Gonna be a little bit bigger. There you go. And you look good.
Situated.
Huh?
Situated.
Situated. I forget where the hell we were. What the fuck are these down here? They don't have timestamps.
I remember, we finally have met all of the demons.
Yes.
And their real life, and then we did the thing in the thing with the pastor guy.
The thing. Yeah.
And I don't. So I'm so sorry if I have this wrong, but like they're pissed at him because he didn't fulfill like their promise, and so now they're like, man, what the fuck?
Somewhat. Yeah. I'm gonna try this one. Oh, it says it on there. Okay, well, I didn't read that. When was the last time we played?
A while ago.
Hold on.
And then they're like trying to help Konaway ? But also like not, and I don't know.
Yes, correct. They're helping him, but also they want to eat him.
That's real.
This was in November.
There was a lot. Jesus. Yeah, because we had to stop because of Han.
We did. That was around November time. Yeah. So was this the right? How did we get? Why were we talking to Bardo? I don't remember.
You could go back to the one before it.
The one before it?
I don't mind.
Are they too far away from each other? Hold on.
No, because that's in the city.
That is in the city.
I think this is like.
Okay, we're gonna load this one real quick just to get a little refresher. Oh no. Okay, cool.
Okay,
We're good. Remember, chat, this game is a little buggy because it's not an official translation or an official release. So
they hate everybody.
So yeah, they hate people who like Lamento. So just remember that if we crash or it's a little buggy, it's okay. We'll be right back. I got my teas.
have my coffee,
Healing
but it's
my morning throats. Ugh.
I have my
Okay.
coffee, but it's away and it's iced. I should probably made hot coffee, but it's okay.
It's okay. All right, I'm gonna do a quick recap and seeing what's going on here. Right, we had this whole conversation with the demons.
Yeah. This is yeah. And they met them in the
in the little alley.
Oh my god, hey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then is that one Sprouts?
Yes.
Yeah, he was like, we do this. Oh my god, hey.
Oh my god, hey. Yeah.
He was like, what if we made a deal? And he was saying a whole bunch of, he was just like, yep.
Okay, yeah.
Leaks. That's the
That's
big
the big
ol'
bad guy. Big guy bag. Yeah. And that's Cults. Blue one.
I like him.
Verg is yellow. And Razel, yeah. Yeah.
Do the people like Razel?
I mean, depends on who you talk to.
Okay. Well, like, you know how usually with every game like this, there's like a fan favorite?
Like a favorite. I'm trying to remember what it was like back in the 2000s. I want to say that people like, this one a lot. I'm trying to, maybe it was just the side of Tumblr that I was on, but I have more memory of people liking this one rather than Razo. And also, Cults.
Oh my god, excuse me, I'm so sorry.
I think the people like Proud. Okay. Fantastic. Memory is returning. Memory is regaining. I'm learning. Yes, and then we talk a lot about leaks. I think we can go ahead and do the other save then. Because this is also going to take a fucking while. There we go. Okay. We'll just continue off from here. Oh, give me 1 second. I have to adjust. There we go. Okay. Is this game just hot animal humanoid sim? Sure. It's a BL visual novel. So we're gonna see some boys kissing. And it's about a world that is full of cat boys. And there is a sickness that is claiming them into the void and slowly dissolving the world. Yeah. And we, as the main characters, are cursed. And we're trying to find a cure for this curse while also being hunted by a bunch of demons that want to eat us and ravage our little cat boy body.
Excellent.
It's like, how do I describe Lamento? There's also other shit involved. It's like baseline surface. It's really good lore, and it's got really good world building and a very good story. But I'm like, how do I describe this to anybody else? All right. The group with Konoe suddenly felt crowded in crowded in from the main street, leaving Bardo flabbergasted. No wonder. The inn was pretty crowded, and cats in costumes still hung around in the waiting room. Oh yes, we're in it's what's happening. It's like, it's not kind of Halloween, Festivus.
Oh yeah, the festival.
The festival's happening right now. Everybody's in costumes dedicated to the demons. Now 7 more people swarmed in, and the small waiting room was filled beyond capacity. He's like, don't bring that into my shop.
I'm so sorry for the voice acting I will be doing today.
No, it's okay. You're so stuffy.
I'm very stuffy, so Konoe is gonna have a little bit of a cold.
Konoe is gonna have a cold. It's okay. Resting his elbows on the reception desk, Bardo stared at the devils. They were definitely strange, but the place was full of cats in costumes, so they didn't stand out that much. I totally skipped over doing Bardo because I was just
yeah,
like,
you sure
right
did.
There. I forgot my own method.
I just let you do it, you know?
Thank you. Konoe thought it was really fortunate the festival was happening now.
2 rooms probably isn't enough anymore.
When he glanced up at Bardo, a weary gaze looked back at him. He's like, oh god.
Okay.
Don't tell me they're not intending to stay. Normally that would be fine, but unfortunately there aren't any more rooms. I wonder if any of them freed up. Bardo clutched the lodging book that he had closed at hand and begun to flip through the pages. I love his little kitty smile.
Yeah, so cute.
Push them all into the one room.
Yeah.
Just as I thought. Just in time. A visitor left just a few minutes ago.
Well, you have the 3 of them in one room, and then you have the, 4 of them in the other room?
Yes. 4? Yes, 4. This is Konoe.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. What do you mean, as I thought? You never checked.
It's tedious to do it when there are so many visitors coming in. It's fine to check every now and then.
You're not running your inn very well.
You'd be surprised. Indifferent to Konoe's incredulous look, Bardo lifted his face to the devils, scratching his chin. Well, 2 rooms I can't do, but there is one. How about it? Konoe looked back at the devils behind him. Watching them all in a row like that was an incredible sight. But Konoe simply turned back and gave them a casual, questioning look. That won't be a problem. You don't have to worry about beds. We're fundamentally unlike cats. Unlike cats?
No, it's nothing.
He glared at the tactless Berg. Bardo looked confused, but soon shrugged it off and went back to writing in the guest book. Well then, your room's on the 2nd floor to the far left.
Okay, sorry.
Konoe took the key Bardo held out to him. Bardo closed the inn book and left to the kitchen. Konoe sighed and looked at the devils facing the desk.
You heard him, right? Of course. Why don't we head to the room now?
Oh, careful breathing on the mic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, you're okay. You're okay. Brad seemed awfully cheerful and I know it's hard for you to breathe.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Brad seemed awfully cheerful and faced the stairs. His strange glossy tail bounced. Koi. Hey, you hurry up too. Bear grabbed the shoulder of Kaltz, who was watching the streets from the waiting room window. Kaltz immediately shook his hand off and moved away.
Touch me.
Disproportionately violent light dwelled in his usually calm features. Berg shrugged and walked toward the stairs, scratching the back of his head. Kaltz turned his face away and was the very last one to go up the stairs. As Konoe saw the back of that figure, he wondered if there was any affinity or antagonism among devils. He looked back, searching for Rai and Asto. The two of them had entered the inn and were leaning against the wall. Even so, there was a considerable amount of space between them. What a loud group. Just the fact that they exist is annoying. Rai muttered in irritation and strongly swatted at the wall with his white tail. Is Konoe going to see the festival again? At the question, Konoe thought for a moment, then opened his mouth.
I guess so. We came back without really having seen anything. Come with!
Come with! I see. I'll be in my room.
Tired?
I'm tired. For Asato, who wasn't good with crowds, the hustle and bustle of the festival was probably more than he'd imagined. It was a mental fatigue rather than a physical one.
You'd better get some rest. Don't sharpen your claws in your room.
Asato looked surprised when Konoe gave his warning, but nodded nonetheless. Understood. Might have been good to remind him.
Just scratch up the furniture.
I was gonna say, don't scratch up the furniture! I think the other best way that I can describe Lamento to other people is just like take warrior cats and make them like actual people.
Yeah.
So
Your warrior cat.
Very reminiscent, yeah. After being sure that Asato had gone to the second floor, Rai, who'd remained quiet until then, opened his mouth. You're going out into the streets again.
Yeah, but I'm going alone this time. I'm sorry again. I have to breathe through my mouth.
You're okay. I said I wasn't coming with you.
Oh.
Oh. Confused by his strange and unexpected words, he looked up at Rai. Konoe figured he didn't want to go because of the way he was talking. You're targeted in various ways.
I have to go keep you safe.
Safe. Rai's folded arms now gestured to the entrance hall. Konoe inadvertently remained standing, stunned. For some reason, he didn't think he'd be accompanied again.
I gotta blow my nose.
Yes, go ahead. It was a bit of a fluke, but he didn't think he actually minded. His tail moved gently, subconsciously. Between them, though, it was just a relationship of Sangha and Toga. Even so, when they went to the festival together, he felt a strange, incomprehensible feeling. Hurry up. Oh, I'm going now. Brushed by his voice, he followed after Rai in a hurry. Back in the festival. The surge of cats in the main streets was even more heated than before. A parade seemed to be beginning, and a huge procession with paper-made decorations and cats in costumes now passed through the middle of the street. Troubadours played lively music. Despite the exciting spectacle, Konoe's mind was occupied by another thing altogether. Upbeat music continued to enter his ears. He wondered where to go, what to do. Since he was new to the festival, he didn't want to be on his own. He was nervous. All the more because his partner was Rai.
Oi.
No. When called, Konoe jerked his head up. What are you going to do? At the question, the tension reached its climax. While he'd wanted to hear it, his thoughts were rushed. After Konoe thought a little, words came out of his mouth that surprised even himself.
I want to see it all. Sorry.
No, you're good. I was
had
like,
to blow my nose.
You're good. I was like, in case you're away, I would continue, but you're good.
I know, sorry about that.
All of it? Rai looks suspicious.
Yes!
Yes!
Of the festival.
How do you intend to see it all?
We walk! From here, you can only see part of it. So...
How do you
we
intend
walk!
to see it?
I can do it if I climb up.
He turned his gaze up to a row of buildings. He'd get up on the roof. It wouldn't be hard if he jumped over from a tree. Do what you want. Rai's answer relieved him a little. Although he looked displeased, he wouldn't have stubbornly accepted if he had really hated it. It was a fleeting thought, but it seemed like a good idea. Surely he'd feel better being able to see all of Ransen.
I saw a tree from the window on the second floor of the inn. Let's climb up from there.
Konoe felt a light thrum of excitement in his chest and turned back to the inn with Rai. Trees with straight trunks grew in even intervals. Konoe used his claws to easily climb up their trunks. He chose a large branch as scaffold and jumped over to the roof of the inn.
Parkour!
Parkour! When he reached the roof, he approached the side that faced the street and sat down. At the scene below his eyes, he involuntarily gave a small gasp. The parade commanded his entire view, seeming like a living thing spreading out in various colors. Nothing stood still. The chattering crowd became part of the creature that was the parade. The music echoed loudly. He was part of that too. What a strange feeling. Are you happy now? He heard Rai's voice and turned around to look. Before he knew it, Rai had taken a seat next to him. Konoe looked over the streets in silence again. The wind blowing from below ruffled his bangs. Rai's silver hair danced gently in the wind.
How amazing. The whole street is like a living thing.
He loves it.
He loves it.
It hasn't become any less noisy. Rai spoke while carefully watching the parade. It was a little strange, but it was fun. Konoe turned his gaze from the street up towards the sky. The weather was bright, as was fitting for the first day of the festival. The day moon spread its gentle light, shining through the thin clouds in the clear blue sky. Suddenly, he thought the sky's blue color resembled the color of Rai's eye.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, wow.
Wait, about his eyes now?
Wow. Just the one. The cityscape went on forever. The woods sprawled out beyond Ransen. Is Kato over there? Konoe craned his neck and pointed to the place he was thinking of. Because Kato was a small village, it was actually buried in the woods, so he didn't know where it was.
どうだろ
I wonder. Rai's murmur rode on the wind and reached his ears. He glanced at him sideways. Rai narrowed his eye and also looked into the distance. His profile didn't seem to be as severe as it usually was, and he appeared to be relaxing somewhat. Konoe pondered in secret.
う。おそらくあの辺りだな。
Maybe it's around there. Rai suddenly opened his mouth.
何が
What is?
セツラだ。
Setsura. Setsura, the village where Rai was born and raised. Konoe followed Rai's gaze. For some reason, he felt a fresh feeling. He hardly knew Rai. Maybe Rai didn't have it in his character to reveal things about himself.
No, he
So-
has to be mysterious.
Yeah, he has to be, ooh, so brooding, so mysterious.
So brooding, so mysterious. Also, I'm sorry if you hear outside noise.
I
There's
don't.
people in the church moving around in the kitchen.
So even if it was vague, being told this from Rai's own mouth was a surprise.
セツラはどんなところなんだ
What kind of place is Setsura?
何の変哲もない普通の村だ。
It's just another ordinary village.
大型種の血筋だろ他の猫たちの耳や尻尾が変な形に見えるんじゃないのか
Talking about your tiny ears.
There's a line of large cats there, right? Don't the shapes of the ears and tails of other cats look weird to you?
お前たちからすると俺たちの方が変な形に見えるんだろ
Yes.
From your perspective, we're the weird ones.
まあそうだけど
Well, I guess.
Rai's tail hung over the
I like the little,
Yeah,
the little
tails
tail
in the
move.
corner.
I was like, what's that? Oh, they're
It's
tails.
their little tail swishing. So cute. Rai's tail hung over the roof. Rai's tail hung over the roof, moved slowly. Konoe gently rocked his tail too.
う。お前の尾の形セツラで
Oh
は
my
見
god,
た
what if we were both boys? What if our tails intertwined?
And what if our tails intertwined? Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Whoa, crazy.
What if we held tails up here?
What if we held tails on the roof looking at the beautiful morning? Oh my god.
goodness.
I've never seen a tail like yours in Setsura.
Oh my god, you think I'm unique?
Look at his tail! His little crooked tail!
He can't help it.
At that point, Konoe's tail stopped abruptly. A crooked tail was nothing to be proud of. At least that's what Konoe thought, because a straight tail was more beautiful in appearance.
Because
Don't-
he's gay.
I was gonna say, don't let the world tell you that, Konoe.
No, I love your crooked tail,
I love
King.
your crooked tail. He caught a glimpse of Rai's tail. It was thick, long tail, much nicer than his own. Oh my god.
Excuse me.
He unconsciously curled up his tail.
No, let it hang.
珍しい形だが悪くない。
Wadakura, yeah.
What did you say that Rai is? Like a leopard? Like a snow leopard?
So with his looks, he appears to be like a snow leopard or something of that sort because he has a big bushy, round, fluffy tail and very small, rounded ears.
Gee, okay.
So it would make sense that he would be like a leopard.
Okay.
That's an unusual shape, but it's not bad.
え
He involuntarily looked at Rai. Rai continued to speak, staring off into the distance.
悪くないと言ったんだ。
With just the way that he, in the Japanese line that he said that, just the very he just said it very bluntly. He was just like,
I said it's not
yeah,
bad.
Exactly. I said
Jesus.
it's not bad.
Good lord.
I said it's not bad. Yeah, exactly. He wondered if he was being complimented. Suddenly embarrassed, Konoe looked down and grabbed his curled up tail.
どうした
What's wrong?
I'm shy.
いや
Shy.
あんたは こうやって屋根や木にはあまり登らないのか。
No, you don't climb up trees and rooftops like this very much.
Restless, he just blurted out something without knowing why. He regretted saying it.
Have you ever had fun, Rye? Have you ever
Have you ever
experienced
had fun
whimsy?
once in your life?
Have you ever experienced joy and whimsy?
Rye has never experienced joy and whimsy a day in his fucking life.
Yeah, I can tell.
But Rye falling quiet for a moment, as if he were lost in thought, then opened his mouth.
普段はな。だが
Yeah, exactly.
昔はよ
Because I hate fun.
I hate fun.
村や景色を見渡していた。
Usually I don't. However, when I was younger, I used to climb into the trees often, so I could overlook the village and the landscape.
昔
Used to.
Yeah, he ain't there anymore.
ああ
Well, I mean, he's here with you right now.
Yeah. Yeah, when I went out hunting or practicing my swordplay. Practicing his swordplay. Naturally, Rai hadn't always been this strong either. Konoe felt a strange, deep emotion.
昔から戦うことが好きだったのか。
Yes. Since the dawn of time, Rai was born a fighter, but also trauma. Did you always like to fight? When he asked this, a slight shadow crossed Rai's profile.
そうだな。
Yeah, I guess. Answering in a low tone, Rai turned his face away. Maybe he treaded where he shouldn't have?
Sorry for muting so much.
No,
I've got a second day sickness where now
Okay.
everything has decided to fall
Everything
out
is
of my
leaving
face.
your face, yes. No, it's okay. Konoe looked down at the unpleasant thought. A fresh wind blew, but the air drifting between them was stagnant. He noticed the parade was nearing its end, and the music faded away. Rai slowly stood up.
終わりだ。戻るぞ。
It's over. Let's go back.
ああ、
Yeah. But did you have fun? Did you like it?
Fun.
Did you like seeing all the pretty things? I know the answer is no, but can you
No,
humor
now
me?
we got the sad music, so
Oh, jeez.
we didn't have much fun. While he stood, Konoe tried to give Rai a sidelong glance. Rai had returned to his usual stern expression, and his ears lowered a little.
I mean, but he, opened up to us.
He did. That was nice.
A little bit.
A little bit. And then we had to talk about him and his insatiable bloodlust.
And you know what? That's so slay of him.
And that's so sexy of him. Konoe joined him in climbing down the trees and returned to the street. Dark time. Your turn. Even though it was only the first day of the festival, the bustling of the day went on well into the night.
Wait, what?
No, sorry. I was just like the tone I said like nighttime reminded me of oh god. I forget their names.
The basement yard?
Yes, where they were like, nope, your turn.
Dude, speaking of silicone, your turn.
your turn.
Go ahead.
You got it. Just the way I said that just reminded me of it. Konoe and the others gathered in the dining room of Bardo's Inn. A bunch of men in there, oh my god. Of course, the devils were there as well. During the informal meetings at the festival, Bardo met visitors in the waiting room and even served food to guests.
Oh my god.
Hey. Not to brag, but my meals are delicious. Eat up, have a taste.
And Bardo's supposed to be like a cheetah?
Like a tiger.
Okay.
He looks like a tiger to me. Just because of the way his patterning is. But he could be another, like a jaguar.
And then Asato and Konoe are just kitty cats.
They're regular kitty cats. Though I can make an argument that Asato is more like a panther, but his ears are too big.
Yeah.
So
Because if they were a little bit smaller, rounder,
yeah,
then
they
he
were
would be
smaller
a
and
pet.
rounder. They would be like a pet cat, but he's more of just like a black cat.
Konoe little calico cat.
Konoe, a little calico, which has so much delicious,
There's so much there.
symbolism in there.
There's so much to unpack there.
I believe we talked about it in a previous stream, but yeah, him being a calico means so much. Bardo carried one dish after another out the gate. It's okay. You're little sickies. It's okay. Smiling despite his apparent weariness.
I feel like a Victorian child.
Father, it's so cold. Is there any more wood for the fire?
Yesterday, I stayed in bed like all day because yesterday was the worst of it, as I said. I stayed in bed all day. Sometimes when I stay in bed for too long and I I was brought soup and crackers, and sometimes I just feel like
a Victorian child.
No, not like a Victorian child. I literally feel like the grandparents in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. That's how I feel.
And just like you're laying in bed like fully flat on your back with like the covers like pulled up to your chest, but like your arms are outside of it, you know?
Oh, you're like curled up to my chest, and I'm like, I've got the washcloth over my forehead. Someone from the convent comes in.
Truly spectacular food lined the table. Grilled chicken, pickled in salt, stewed bean soup, fluffy baked bread, and salads of various herbs. That does sound delicious. Listen, sometimes...
I was just brought food.
Sometimes people back in the day knew how to fucking cook.
Like, did it suck, and was there not a whole lot of, like, spices?
Yeah.
Sure, but, like...
Sure, but sometimes you're like, damn, that sounds good as hell.
Yeah. You know, the Europeans got something so right with bread and cheese.
So true. To drink, there was water, the juice squeezed from a variety of fruits, and a bitter alcohol laced with traces of catnip. Ooh. Oh, we gonna get fucked up tonight.
Oh, it's like the CBD, like those CBD sodas.
Yeah. There were still many other things too.
Sorry, am I allowed to talk about drugs on YouTube?
Well, yes. We're fine. I'm not in a company, so you can say things.
Listen, I just don't want you to get like demonetized.
I'm demonetized. Well, I'm not monetized in the first place, but
well, not yet.
I'm absolutely gonna get demonetized for playing most of what I play. So I most likely won't be monetized for YouTube like a day in my life. I high-key expect this. That's fine.
I'm just playing. I'm just teasing.
But no, this is a real fact because of like, you know how Scarla has said that she's like never been monetized by YouTube a day in her life.
That's so funny.
And I'm like, so true, queen. Me too.
It would be her.
It would be her.
Love you, queen.
Love you so much, queen. In front of
I'm so sorry if you hear me like eating.
No, you're okay.
Okay.
In front of such a feast, Konoe could not help feeling excited. He rarely had the chance to eat meat, especially not in Kado. You're eating, they're eating, it's all ambiance. This is quite a table we have here, guys. Quite a table we have.
This is the woke Thanksgiving table.
This is just like when you and all your friends sit down in the middle of a convention to eat.
Yeah, for real.
Konoe, Asato, and Rai sat at the dining room table, each of the devils reclining against the wall, passing time by looking out the window.
これ全部あんたが作ったのか?
You made all of this?
まあな。デザートもある。
Yay!
どんどん。
Ooh, what kind of dessert?
That's right. And there's dessert too. Eat up. Bardo set the plate in his hand on the table. It seemed to be a pile of fruits he served, but it was very syrupy and shiny. A sweet smell wafted gently. Oh, are they like candied fruit or like honey glazed fruits?
What is the term for Tongkulu?
これは
What are these?
カディルって言ってな、果物を花のシロップで漬け
Yeah, 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 yeah,
たランセンの伝統的な菓子だ。
Ooh.
yeah.
祭りや祝い事があると作る。
That's called kadil. It's a traditional Ransan sweet made with fruit soaked in floral syrup. It's made on festival days and other special occasions. Inside the kadil were kuims as well. Oh, his favorite! Grasping one
He's
in
gonna
his...
be so excited.
He's so excited. Grasping one in his fingers, Konoe popped it into his mouth. The sweet and sour flavor of the kuim spread over his tongue.
Delicious.
うまい
He loves it.
Delicious.
Delicious.
当たり前だ。
Obviously. Broadly grinning, Bardo walked to the waiting room. Still chewing the kuim, Konoe picked up some salt meat. Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. They were fucking cooking with preserved meats. Oh my god. Though the sweetness of the syrup still lingered, he bit into the meat. The flavors mingled in his mouth, making an odd combination.
それうまいか
That... is it good?
ああでも肉と一緒に食べない方がいい
He was excited.
Yeah, but it's probably not a good idea to eat it with meat.
What's your order of operations whenever you're like eating a big meal? Like in Thanksgiving, what do you eat first?
Oh, I'm so sorry if you hear me chewing.
No, you're fine. I remember you're a little bird picker.
Yeah, I have the stomach of a baby bird, unfortunately. So, okay, so like this year for Thanksgiving,
Yeah.
because, surprise, surprise, I'm a white man.
Surprise.
A southern white man, though.
To everyone's surprise.
So, like this year we had, do we have a turkey? I think we had a small turkey. And then I made green bean casserole because I have good taste and I love it. And then we had sweet potato casserole. And
You are
what
not
else?
beating the casserole allegations.
Yeah, I'm not. But listen. White women are cooking sometimes with these casseroles. Do you ever like throw something together? It's one dish, and you throw it all together.
It is.
It's like a pasta bake. It's so good. Some of them are asinine. Is correct, but like sweet potato casserole, delicious. It's more like sweet. It's more just like sweet potato pie filling.
Yeah.
With like crumble on top. Yeah, but like pasta bakes or like chicken pot pie casserole, like it's literally
I could
just
dig that, yeah.
yeah. It's food made all together in one dish, and then you bake it, and then you have dinner.
This is true.
The life hacks. But usually I take a bite of one of everything. So I take a bite of everything, and then I kind of charcuterie board it. Where it's usually the sweet stuff, I'll have it on the side. But like this year, I would take like a little bit of the green bean casserole, and I would have it with a little bit of the turkey, a little bit of the gravy, and I would eat that together. Depending on the meal, though, I usually try to combine the sides with the main dish. Bless you.
Thank you.
So, like, you know, if you have mashed potatoes with whatever you're eating, I try to dip whatever the main protein is in the mashed potatoes. And I try to see what would taste good together, because also, unfortunately, I am a slop boy, and I love, like, mixing everything together.
Okay.
If it's good. If it's not, then I won't. But, like, specifically, like, you know how when you eat, like, the only thing that's coming to mind right now is curry, because I want curry so bad. You know how when you eat, like, specifically Japanese curry, how you'll have, like,
Yeah,
the
you put it
rice
all
on the
together.
side, and then the curry on the other side, and you're kind of supposed to, like, scoop it together? Fuck no. I just mix it all together.
I
So
like
that's what I mean by like slop.
I like controlling my portions. Whereas in like I want a little more rice here or a little more curry here.
I will. I will to an extent, but if I'm near the end of the dish, then I just kind of like mix it all up. What about you? What's your method?
I have a process. So I like to do, we start with our salads, our greens. So I'll start with those like off dish greens. Usually for mine, we make like this very nice lemony arugula salad.
Oh, I fucking love arugula.
So good. And then, I mean, I'll fuck up the mashed potatoes, and then we have some sauteed mushrooms. And sometimes I'll mix the two together, but mostly I'll have them separate. And then we'll either have beans or asparagus, and I'll pick at those on occasions, but I save the meat like primarily for last. As I talked about this with Volpe too, where I was like, I like to save my favorite thing for last because I like the last taste in my mouth to be something like that's my favorite.
I do the same thing. Where I kind of try to save it. Or I save like a combination of everything that I think would be really good for the last bite. Yeah,
exactly. And so if we have like a turkey, then usually honestly I love my parents' mashed potatoes so much that I like to save the mashed potatoes for last, but I will finish off most of the meat before I finish off the taties. And then if it's a big, delicious, juicy steak, even though it might be a little bit cold by that final bite, still the best thing I've ever had in my life. It's so good. And then any sweets or anything like that is on a completely separate dish. I don't want it anywhere near my other savory foods.
Yeah, same. Because like, again, like for specifically like Thanksgiving. Because that was the last like, oh god, that's gonna sound really bad, but that was the last like big feast because I don't really eat a lot. So like having a big like feast type dish or meal is very rare.
Yeah.
So like I'll have all of my savories, and then I literally had like the sweet potato casserole in a small separate bowl off to the side, because that's while I do eat it with my dinner, it is also like a sweet over off on the side, and I don't want it mixed with any of any of the savories. I'm not like a person I don't really care if my food touches. It doesn't really bother me. It bothers me if I know that they won't taste good together.
Yeah, I understand.
So like if the turkey gravy got like on something else that I knew it wasn't going to taste good, I was going to be mad. Or like if I have a bread of any sort on my plate and like anything with a sauce gets too into it and then the bread is soggy, then I'm going to be pissed off. So I don't like
I'm using the bread to scoop up the residuals.
Well, yes, I want to use it as my own residual, but like if it's already soggy, then like the whole entire concept of it is just out the window because it's soggy.
I see. Don't just wolf it down.
He can't help it.
Can't help it.
Shut up. Shut up. You eat some too.
No need. Asa immediately reached for the cadil, but Rai put nothing to his lips other than the fruit juice. What do we mean by this, sir?
Okay.
It's not up to par with humans, but cats are surprisingly good. It's not bad.
Okay.
I see. Berg held up a piece of meat by the side and tore into it.
Ningen?
Yeah, they have never heard of what humans are in their life.
Like, what the fuck is a human?
That?
The fuck is toilet paper?
The fuck is toilet paper? We finished Castlevania Season 3 yesterday because
she finished it.
Yes, I finished it.
I rewatched it.
And then we both have to see 4.
Yeah, and then finally Nocturne,
And
because
finally
Richter's
Nocturne, yes.
my favorite Belmont. My baby girl.
Maybe I'll be crazy and play Castlevania sometime soon.
Oh my god, that would be nuts. I know Vampire Survivors has like a Castlevania patch,
The
DLC,
mod, yeah.
mod? Yeah. Whatever the kids are saying now.
Yeah.
Humans?
知らねえの
Huh? You don't know. Berg made a face in disbelief.
They're like you, but with no kitty cat trait.
二つ杖ありゃ人間とも呼ぶんだぜ
It's your ancestors. You guys worship as gods. You call them toucans. They're human.
詳しいな。
They're very old.
You know a lot.
俺らお前らなんかよりずっと長く生きてるからなまあ約
Low
1名
nose
死
time,
ん
hold
だ
on.
者がいるが
We've lived a lot longer than you guys. Well, you do have one newbie. The corners of Berg's mouth pulled up as he said this. At the head of his gaze was Kaltz. Not bothering to hide his displeasure, Kaltz glared at Berg.
さすが悲しみを司るだけあるなノリが悪いったらね
What Always in a bad mood. As expected of the one who rules grief. Always so moody. Berg shrugged his shoulders and blew a forced sigh.
どうでもいいけど、あんたたちは食わなくても平気なんじゃないのか？
It doesn't matter, but are you guys okay even if you don't eat?
え何固いこと言ってやがるちびこのくせに味わう楽しみってもんがあるだろ
Huh? Pipsqueak has some tough words. I don't like that. We want to enjoy ourselves too, right?
My bad.
You're good. Konoe was offended and was about to retort, but Bardo came over with a fresh plate.
More meat.
Meat. If you have time
Meat.
to talk, you have
Meat.
time to eat.
Meat.
Meat. This time it was fried nuts. A fragrant aroma drifted. For some reason, Bardo used a spoon to pile the nuts only on Asato's plate.
He's a growing boy.
Growing boy.
こんなにはいらない。
No, I don't need that much.
遠慮するなよ疲れてるんだろ顔に出てるぞこいつは疲労によく効く
Bardo's
He's a
like
growing boy.
Yeah, Bardo's like an auntie where he's like, eat, you need to eat.
You eat food. You're so tired.
You're so tired. These are a long long traditional family recipe that will cure everything that ails you.
Where he's like, oh, you're so skinny. Come on, you have to
You
eat.
have to eat. Don't be shy. You're tired, right? I can see it in your face. He's worked well against fatigue. Help him. The nuts were piled up with a thud. Asato fell
Oh, no.
silent, his expression complex. While placing a tray of fruit in the middle of the table, Bardo looked at Konoe as if he remembered something.
そういやあんたら祭り最終日のことは知ってるのか
Hey guys, do you know about the last day of the festival?
最終日。
The last day of the festival?
知らないのかこの町にシサ最大の図書館があるってのはさすがに知ってるだろ
You don't know? You know that Cisa's largest library is located in this town, don't you? He had heard about this from Tokino. There seemed to mainly be books filled with history of toucans and Ribika.
普段は立ち入り禁止だが安東の最終日だけ一般開放される仮想舞踏会も開催するしな
Ooh, a
せっ
masquerade.
かくだから
masquerade.
行ってみたらどうだ
Like vampire.
Yeah. It's normally off limits, but on the last day of Anto, it's open to the public. There's also a mass ball. It's a rare opportunity, so why don't you go? As Bardo left the table, Rai murmured something with a thoughtful look on his face.
行ってみるか何か情報が手に入るかもしれん
Let's go. We could find information there.
リークスに関する過去とかわかるかもしれないからね れとても長生きだからね。
We might be able to learn about Leeks' past. After all, he's lived so long.
Froud, who leaned against the wall right beside them, smiled widely.
リークスについて何か知っているのか？
What do you know about Leeks?
全然もともと彼には興味ないんだ。
Not a thing. I wasn't interested in him to begin with.
リークスの過去。
Leeks' past.
Konoe wanted to know about it and investigate it a bit.
行こう。アサトは
Let's go. What about you, Asta?
行く。
I'll go.
あんたらも来るのか？
Are you guys going too?
興味がある。
I'm interested.
おっと、俺も行くぜ。ラゼルに抜け駆けされちゃ困るからな。
Okay.
Whoa there. I'll go too. Wouldn't want Razo to get ahead of us.
もちろん
Of course.
皆が行くなら。
If everyone else is going.
As Kult's last sigh,
Oh, my
At Kultz's last sigh, it was decided that they all go to the library, including the devils. Each did as they pleased until Bardo kicked them out of the dining room. The food was delicious, but Konoe munched on some kadil, which he especially liked, as he watched his surroundings.
He likes it.
As if he'd grown tired of the heaping serving of nuts, Asato casually pushed his plate away.
He's like, oh god, it's so much.
So much. Rai watched the night sky from the window, and Kaltz and Raza leaned against the wall in silence. Occasionally, they briefly exchanged a word or two. Varg talked with food stuffed in his mouth, and Froud made some motions Konoe didn't understand, floating and twirling around in midair. Konoe was bothered by something. Sometimes Kaltz appeared to look at Asto. But every time he tried to confirm it, Kaltz looked a different way. Konoe thought he was being oversensitive, but that wasn't it. Asato was a kitten cat, and Kaltz was a devil. Didn't recall them ever having a point of contact. Nevertheless, it was a strange sight. Yeah. Ham. After the meal, they returned to their rooms. Some of the guest cats had passed out from drinking, and Bardo sternly went around waking them up. Get the fuck out my inn!
Get out!
Get up! Konoe sat on his bed, his body wrapped in moderate fatigue. A yawn welled up in his throat. It wasn't over. Even so, after the curse disappeared and he took a break, time passed and nothing happened. And therefore, he realized how comfortable it was to take a day off again. Rai went to his own bed and groomed. While Konoe groomed himself, he watched Rai.
あんたさ、
You.
Rai gave him an upward glance.
その眼帯どうして取らないんだ？
You can't just ask people that.
What's wrong with your face?
Why don't you take off that fucking eye patch? You freak.
You freak.
Why don't you ever take off that eye patch?
He always thought that was strange.
Some people just have missing eyeballs.
Rai didn't take it off even when he slept. Rai stopped grooming and turned his face away without answering.
Okay. I know that usually when they're doing this, they're usually like, they're licking their like wrists and like cleaning their ears and stuff. But I just like picturing like Rai with his legs straight up in the air.
With feet high in the air.
Foot high. Cleaning.
Really getting in there.
Yeah, really getting in there. Or like, when cats try to clean over their like, they don't have shoulders. They try to clean over like their front legs.
They have shoulders.
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
They don't have shoulders like we have
Yeah.
shoulders. But like when they try to clean their like backs, and so they're like, ow.
Yeah. Or when they get like a particularly long hair.
Yeah.
And they're like,
I've watched my baby cat do that so many times.
Rai stopped grooming and turned his face away without answering. His white tail waved left and right a few times in irritation. Angry. Konoe felt a bit of regret now, wondering if he should have refrained from asking.
Yeah, why do you wear that eye patch, you
what
freak?
the fuck, you freak? Heavy silence lingered for a while. Konoe tried to absorb himself in his grooming to counteract the awkwardness. He was driven to desperation and licked his arm so hard it might have ended up bald.
昔受けた傷がある。
It's an old wound, Rai suddenly muttered. Konoe stopped grooming to look up. Rai's blue eyes still stared at his hand.
追っていた賞金首にやられた。相打ちだ。
I was injured by the bounty I was hunting. We attacked each other at the same time.
ある小さな村から生贄を取っていた魔物で、それまで何匹もの賞金稼ぎが挑んだが、誰も討ち取ることができなかった。
A demon was taking sacrifices from a certain small village. Many bounty hunters had challenged it, but not one of them was able to kill it.
だから莫大な賞金がかけられていた。
Hence the reward on it was huge. Rai inhaled slowly.
倒したのか。
Did you defeat it?
いや、この右目と引き換えに
Hell yeah.
奴の両目をかき切った。
Oh,
奴はそのまま姿を消した。
I understand. I did look up a spoiler, so I know what this means.
Oh, okay.
'Cause I was curious.
In exchange for my right eye, I gouged out both of its eyes. It disappeared, however. Rai's voice was toneless and indifferent. However, despite such a tone, Konoe wondered if he was repressing an intense storm inside his heart.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. At the same time, he was also surprised to hear such a story from Rai. Wouldn't that have been shameful defeat for Rai, even if he did inflict a wound? Why did he tell Konoe about it? Konoe didn't know what to say, but he tried to find the right words.
くだらない話だ。
It's a worthless story. Rai murmured softly and looked out the window. Konoe thought as he stared at the silver hair. Maybe Rai hadn't given up yet. The demon that took his right eye. He was still hunting it. That wasn't just a thing of the past. Maybe that was why he spoke. If that was the case, what was Konoe's place to Rai? He was worried about it.
どうして俺に話したんだ。
You asked?
You asked?
Well, I mean, I guess he could have just left it at, you know,
Mhm.
it was a battle wound.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you tell me about it?
Blue Eye glanced at Konoe for a moment.
お前はサンガだ。トーガのことが多少なり
Wow.
知っておいた方がいい。
You're a Sangha. You should at least get to know your Toga a little better. Rai's answer felt like a stab in the chest. Rai only wanted a Sangha who gave great power to his Toga. As their bonds deepened, his strength would increase. Of course Rai wanted that strength. Konoe was the same. He only needed Rai's power to face leaks. Those were their mutual intentions from the beginning. Simple as that. Oh, you foolish boy. Despite this,
Oh, you silly, silly, silly boy.
he wondered why his feelings were in such a haze. Oh, you silly boy.
It's love, baby.
To drive
Well,
away.
It's crush, baby.
It's a crush. To drive away these thoughts, Konoe brought up a different topic.
バルドとは知り合いなのか。
Do you and Bardo know each other?
In the frigid silence, Rai's ear twitched.
どうでもいいだろう。そんなこ
It doesn't matter. After he murmured his answer, Rai shut his mouth. Again, had he asked something he shouldn't have?
No, Rai's just a bitch.
He's just a big baby. Rai's voice wasn't angry though. It just had its usual cold sharpness. It was more like he couldn't suppress these feelings he tried to stifle. What on earth happened with Bardo for Rai to show such a reaction? Although he wanted to know, he didn't ask any further. Konoe quickly finished grooming and crept under his blanket, closed his eyes and faintly heard a rustling that wasn't coming from him. Rai was probably also going to bed. In the warm darkness, he recalled today's events. It was the first time at a festival. It was his first time at a festival. Sorry.
Congratulations.
Sorry. And
Congratulations.
his first time being together with other cats for reason other than hunting or fighting. It was fun.
Yippee!
Yippee! Although such a thought wasn't typical for him, that hazy feeling had clung to his chest since a little while ago. He rolled over and stared into the darkness, thinking, what would Rai do if a more competent Sangha appeared?
He'd be like, cool, and then still have Konoe.
Not stop. He shook his head to shake off that weak thought. Hee-hee! Look at how pretty.
I know, I like it.
Rai! Oh my
He's so
god, hi!
handsome.
He's so handsome. Oh my god.
Bye-bye.
If another Sangha appeared, what would happen? Something was wrong. It was too absurd and depressing. Because of the festival, his mind was wandering a little. Even if he and Rai parted ways, he only had one purpose. He needed to find leaks. Even alone, he could do that.
This CG is so good. Sorry.
I
I
know.
know you're going through a lot, Konoe.
It's great. Look at it. Look at his
So
little
handsome.
waist.
Grabbable.
Grabbable.
Who's
Look at
grabbing that?
His me. His beautiful. Look at his beautiful stuff. His little sharp features and his sharp eyes. Oh my god.
Is this smile?
The big smile. Even alone, he could do that. Up to now, that was how he'd been doing that. There was no need to ask for help from someone else.
Well,
Repeating that to himself too strongly, Konoe squeezed his eyes closed. He shed. I've shed. The next day was the second day of Anto. The morning was bright and the sky was clear. The moonlight from the window poured into the room. Because he'd been thinking about a variety of trivial things, Konoe woke up late in the morning without having gotten much sleep. I'm gonna be so for real, I don't remember this particular part, like, at all.
oh,
So this is a new experience for me.
it's okay. This is all a new experience for me.
I have zero memory of this part. Rai had already left and his bed was empty. Even so, he
Forgot
felt a
how
bit
fucking
relieved.
baller the OST is.
I know, it's good. He didn't want to meet with him too much, if possible, though he didn't know why. Was it because of his thoughts last night? Konoe felt worried on his own and groaned. Ooh, jam.
You know who you could see though? Asato.
Asato was right across.
Be
next
like,
room over.
Konoe.
Konoe. After grooming himself, Konoe got dressed, adjusted his clothing, and left the room.
So if you're on Asato's route, is Asato in the room with you?
Yes.
Okay.
As he came down the stairs, he saw that several cats in the waiting room were engaged in heated conversation. Their numbers had decreased since yesterday, the first day of the festival. Did you sleep well? He heard a voice and looked back. Razel was sitting down on a sofa.
他の奴らは
Where are the others?
出ている。
Oh.
歩いて行ったのか
Yeah, there's a festival. Come on, man.
Festival.
They're probably having a good time. They're just out taking a walk.
He inadvertently blurted out this silly thought as it came to him. He imagined the devils parading around town together. It's kind of funny. Guessing his thoughts, Razel smiled slightly and shook his head.
力を奪われたと言っても空中浮遊や短距離の空間移動ぐらいならできる。それに呼ばれたら出向く。
Even though our power has been stolen, we can still levitate and move short distances through space. In addition, we go out when summoned.
デム
俺たちの主な役割の一つだ。自分の何かを犠牲にしても叶えたい望みを持つ者が
Yeah, they use.
俺たちを召喚する。
It's one of our main roles. If a person wants to wish for something at the sacrifice of something of their own, they can perform a ritual and summon us.
全員が呼ばれるのか
So everyone gets summoned?
いや、全員じゃない。それぞれが司る感情に強く触れる者のもとへ呼ばれる。
No, not everyone. The only one summoned is the one who is touched by the emotions he controls.
例えば、怒りにたけり狂う者がいれば、俺が行く。手に入る報酬は微々たるものだが、今は少しでも力を得て補う必要がある。
For example, if it concerns wrath, I'll go. The reward I'll obtain may be insignificant for now. It's necessary to regain some power.
犠牲って何を犠牲にするんだ
You said sacrifice. What do you sacrifice?
最も大切にしているものなら何でもいい。
Damn.
髪でも 腕でも魂でも血縁者でも
As long as it's what they value most, anything is good. Hair, arms, the soul, even their kin.
血縁者そこまでして叶えたいと思うのか
Kin. Oh, okay, sorry. I was like reading the rest of it and I was like, how? Okay. What do they wish for to go that far?
大抵は怨恨や謀略の類が多い。自分の手を汚さずに邪魔者を消したいという望みだ。人間に比べると猫はまだ少ない方だ。
Usually it suits a grudge or plot. There's always a desire to make a hindrance disappear without dirtying their own hands. But compared to humans, willing cats are still a bit more scarce. Humans. He felt like he'd heard somewhere that this unfamiliar word was certainly another term for toucans.
Yeah,
You
because
heard it
you
yesterday, Konoe.
yesterday somewhere
Literally
yesterday.
Yesterday.
Girl, what?
Toucans were said to have been born into this world, existing alongside gods. All of what the Rebecca had learned about toucans came from books. They aspired to be like them and came to worship them. If they did good deeds, they could be reincarnated as toucans. The story was passed around in secret. However, with the exception of books, there was no way to know more about them. Konoe didn't even know what they looked like. They looked like you! With
Just with no
curiosity...
ears and no tail.
Huh?
Just with no ears and no tail.
Yeah. With curiosity, Konoe sat down next to Raziel on the sofa.
あんたたちは二つ杖を見たことがあるのか
Yeah, bitch.
Have you seen toucans?
Raziel nodded. Konoe anticipated more.
どんな感じだったのか聞きたい
I want to know what they were like.
However, Raziel rejected Konoe's expectations by averting his eyes, remaining silent for a while, his face thoughtful. Eventually, he slowly opened his mouth.
お前たちが思っているほどいいものじゃない。
It wasn't as good as you think.
Yeah.
He gave him a questioning look, not understanding what he meant, but received no answer. Raziel stood up from the sofa and shrugged lightly.
どうやら呼ばれたようだ。もう一つ。こんな風に消えることができる。
It appears that I've been summoned once more. Oh, I've been summoned once more. I can disappear.
No, you said it right.
Oh, I did. There
What was that transition? It was like a PowerPoint transition. Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
At his words, a strong gust of wind suddenly tore through the waiting room. It was so strong that Konoe had to turn his face away and close his eyes. When he looked up again, the show had finished. Taken by surprise, he was unable to move. What on earth? Only that thought was left. He hurriedly turned to the cats around him. It may have looked suspicious, but fortunately, although the other cats seemed surprised by the gust of wind, they were now engrossed in conversation and didn't seem to pay any attention to him. He blew a sigh of relief. As time passed, he gradually began to understand the situation. Perhaps Raza wanted to avoid talking about toucans. He dodged the subject. Berg was like this as well, and he could see that the devils seemed to harbor a grudge against toucans. The books of the Rebecca only gave fragmentary information at best. Was there a truth he couldn't glean from that? Letting out a small sigh, Konoe looked around once again. Rai and Asato didn't seem to be here. Thinking about getting some fresh air, he turned for the door when something flickered at the edge of his field of vision. So cute. He's like, hi. Shocked, he did a double take. From the waiting room window, he saw brown skin. Asato's torso peeking out at him upside down.
アサトよく眠れたか
He's so cute. Did you sleep well?
ああ
Despite Konoe's confused expression, Asato looked calm.
出かけるのか
Are you going out?
祭りを見
He's
に
so
行こうかと思って
cute.
He's so cute.
He's like,
アサ
where
トは
are you
Where are
going?
you going?
We're going. Hold on. I'm thinking about going to the festival. What about you?
騒がしいのは苦手だだから上から眺めている
I don't like the noise. That's why I watch it from above.
上
Above?
After he asked, Konoe finally realized what Asato meant. He was probably talking about the rooftops.
コノエも来るか
Is Konoe coming too?
I love how he, instead of being like, oh, are you coming? How are you feeling? I like that he calls him by,
His name. Yeah.
It's so cute. He's so cute. No, I want to look at it from the street today.
そうか
I see.
He's like, oh, okay.
After nodding in assent, Konoe went up dexterously and smoothly. Had he tied his tail to something to secure himself or something? When he looked out the top of the window frame, he stopped.
今日も通りはひどく混み合っている
Oh, I
気を
win.
The
つけて
street is really crowded today, too. Be careful. With that, he completely disappeared from the rectangular window frame. Is that a normal thing he did in Kira? Very few in Kado would be able to do things that cat did, or was Asato really that different? Absent-minded, Konoe turned to the door and began to walk out.
He's just a weirdie.
He's just a fun little guy.
It's so funny. I think I was talking about this with you yesterday, but I was like, I love that Asato is a cowboy because he's so puppy dog
He's
coded.
very puppy, yeah. Konoe, I think, makes that connection too. Where it's like, it's so funny that he is a cat. Oh, it was so on point today that a sale from my wish list is saying that Dramatical Murder is on sale as of right now.
Well,
that's where all
what
you out
if?
there. Or maybe one day. For all you out there, Dramatical Murder is on sale right now.
Wait, don't you have it already though?
Not through Steam, but
Oh, but you have it, right?
I have it though, yeah.
Okay, because I was like, we were playing it a while ago.
Oh, I have it. Yeah. I have Reconnect too.
Oh,
Which
I wanna see-
Reconnect is just like, yeah, there's no real
I want to
story
see
there.
my boyfriend.
It's just like, hey, do you want to have fun? Here you go.
Here you go. I want to see my boyfriend.
Yeah, it's like, do you want more good ending and more bad ending? Here you go.
Yes.
I'm like, thank you. Oh my god, thanks. I do.
I do. I know the answer to this, but for those of you at home, Who's your favorite?
Of
Who's your favorite
dramatical
writer?
murder.
More?
You know, for a long time though, it used to be Noise always, but I have moved to Kojaku being the favorite.
Mine was, see, I went the opposite way.
Mhm.
No, I didn't. I'm a liar.
No, I'm a
As
liar.
my favorite from the jump was always Noise.
Yeah,
But
he's so you. He's so
yeah,
for
he's
you.
very for me.
Mhm.
Everything about him is literally catered for me in a lab. And especially with the way he looks is very for me.
Mhm.
Um and then I was like, I love Kojaku. And then I was like, what if Kojaku and Noise kissed?
Yeah. And then what if
And
they
I
both kissed Alba at the same time?
yeah, and I want that so bad.
Me too. And so do so many of us out there.
Thank God.
But we have to do Lamento first, and then we go back even further and do Sweet Pool.
Oh Jesus. I'm ready for it. I'm not left right anymore. I'm curious. I want to know what's going on.
I need to know the extent of what is happening, because obviously I know I'm familiar with Sweet Pool, but I have not done a full playthrough of Sweet Pool.
I'm just so sad because I know who my favorite's gonna be, and I know he doesn't have like a full route.
Yeah. Well, I mean, technically they all have a route, but yeah, it's like there's an obvious, like in Sweet Pool, there's an obvious like this is the canonical couple. And that's why they get also like 2 or 3 endings, while everybody else gets like
No, I
one.
think what's his name? Ryoji? No.
Which one? The main character?
The main love it.
Yoji.
Like the one that no, Yoji is the main character.
Yeah.
But like the main love interest that they're like, no. This is the canon ship.
Oh, Tetsuo?
Oh, Tetsuo. Okay, that's his name. They have like 4 endings together.
Yeah, they have a lot.
'Cause I
Right,
know-
because there's like mid ending, there's like bad end like 1 and 2, and then there's like the true end. Yeah.
There's the one ending that is crazy, but also like so beautiful,
Mhm.
and the way that it ends is nutso.
Mhm.
Yeah, but I'm sad because I know Makoto's gonna be my favorite, and it
Yeah.
only has one ending.
Yeah, that's it. Just one crazy ending.
One kooky wacky ending.
One wild ending. Like people think that like you go in, and most people's introduction to Nitro is dramatical murder. And if it wasn't dramatical murder, then it was Tekanonotsi. That was most people's introduction into like this whole company and everything.
So you either have one of the crazier ones or one of the more tame ones.
Yeah, and then so people going into dramatical murder are like, "Oh my god, this is nuts," and I'm like, "Sweet Pool is right there. You want to see some fucking
Here's the crazy thing is like, okay, disclaimer: I consumed dramatical murder when I was way too young.
Mhm.
Please don't do that. It just
Mhm.
be safe out
Mhm.
there.
Be safe out there. I love
But
you so much.
when I consumed it for the first time, I was like, this really isn't that crazy.
I agree with you.
Like
Me personally, I was like, "Oh, this is cool."
there was a couple things that made me like uncomfortable. I can't even say that, but there was a lot of things where I was just like, I don't really like this, but
Yeah.
like this is fine.
Yeah. I
was like, this isn't really that bad.
Yeah, I was of the same
Which is so
wavelength.
funny.
Because people and look where we are now.
Yeah.
Because but there was a lot of people at the time when I was going into dramatical murder, then it's like, dude, you gotta, oh my god, it's like when you get to this ending, it's just like, whoa, it just blows your mind. And then I get to it and I was like, oh, this is really cool. That's it.
Yeah, like I need to go back and replay it because the main route kind of confused me a little bit, because like I do understand. I understand a little bit, but like the concept of platinum jail still confuses me.
Mhm.
And like the differences between rhyme and rib.
Yeah.
Is it? That also I was like, what? So
yeah, rhyme is virtual digital. Rib is physical.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah. So the rib
yeah.
gangs and stuff like that was Mizuki was part of. They're like actual gangs.
It's because like when I was playing it, there was such little distinction to me because they would say one thing and then they would immediately say the other thing, and then it would be like talking about another thing while looking at something else, and I was like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah. And then it was just like essentially all the rib people were like, they fucking hated the people who were into rhyme because they're like, oh, you trying to be some big, cool, scary group, but all your shit is digital. Like, okay.
Oh,
whatever.
isn't that why like, no. I mean, there's more reasons why
Yes.
Kotaku and Noise didn't like each other.
Oh,
but...
yes. So many more reasons. Because even though Kotaku was technically like part of rib a little bit, I mean, he has his own gang and everything like that, but that wasn't really like what he was involved in.
It's snowing.
Oh, it's snowing for you?
Yes. Sorry. I like turned around because I heard the wind blowing, and I was like, what the fuck is going on?
We were supposed to get snow, but I highly doubt it.
But yeah, I like Dramatical Murder.
Yeah.
Honestly, sorry, I'm thinking about the Nitro games. While Sweet Pool is kind of crazy, it's not the craziest like
It's not the craziest like in terms of visual novels, it is not. But considering how the company also like just Nitro made Song of Saya, so like it ain't that that one is fucking nuts. But then you look at like fuck, what is it called? Room Number 9?
I was literally thinking, it's Room Number 9, and then there's another one.
Room Number 9 is wild, and from that same company they made No Thank You. But No Thank You wasn't as like crazy to me. It was just,
I don't know what that one is.
Oh, No Thank it's made by the same people. It's like, how do I describe it?
Which one is the one that I sent you the clip of the other day where like he's like eating him alive?
Oh, shit. It's Island or fuck, what was it called? Oh, I forgot the name, but I know what you're talking about. They're essentially they're all trapped on an island.
Oh, okay. Slay.
Fuck, what was it called? Yeah.
Sorry to derail everybody.
No, it's okay. It's all BL, so it's all fine. Yeah, I think for me right now, like the fucking wildest BL content that I have seen so far in terms of visual novels is Room Number 9.
I've seen a couple crazy stuff from that. I haven't seen a whole bunch.
It's because it's like it's very so a lot of the times for these kinds of games I always boil it down to like, oh, you just want the shock factor, so you're just going like, how fucking nuts can we get just to like shock the audience, right? And so that's how I felt about like that's how I felt about like Euphoria, which I essentially classify Room Number 9 as like BL Euphoria.
Okay, so is it that level of crazy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we get a little nasty.
Okay.
Ooh, we get a little nasty. But
you'll have to tell me more about it.
I will. That is definitely not something I'm gonna play on stream.
No.
It is. I can like film. I can do a reaction.
Mr. YouTube would be like,
No.
"Hey,
yeah, he's like, hey, what is
take
up,
this down,
my guy? We're gonna delete your channel."
And you're like, you know what?
And I'm like,
so fair.
So fair. But I could do a thing where I like film myself playing like as a like a reaction where I just go through it and then you just see my reactions and not the game. But I don't know if I got time for that.
Who has time?
But it's possible. That would just be something I do on my off time, which who has that kind of time? But yeah, it's that's what I would classify that game as. It's very it's very Euphoria.
I see. Okay.
Mm-hmm. But I did have an actual thought. But where I look at Euphoria and I'm kind of like, this is all just shock factor, and it's being like, how gross can we get? That's what it feels like for me. for room number 9, it's like, hey, this is hard to watch, and also we can get really gross with it and really crazy, but we are sticking with an actual, like, very compelling story.
Yeah, that's the thing, is if it has shock factor, I don't really care, but like
Mhm.
I only care if the shock factor is just like I was talking to my coworker about this because sorry, I'm derailing.
It's okay.
Because they're new to the place I work at, so I'm just trying to make conversation. And so I asked them if they like horror movies, if they're interested in any horror movies.
Do you like
And
BL?
no, already tried to explain something else to them, and they were like, "Oh my goodness!" And I was like, "Now I look like a fucking freak." But I was like, "Oh, do you like horror movies?" And they were like, "Yeah." So I started to talk about like, oh, I like them, but I'm trying to like be okay with them because I'm still a big old scaredy cat. Um, and I was like, I don't really like horror movies that are like gore porn or
Yes, I
like
agree.
anything too heavily with jump scares or anything that's like a shock factor scary. Like if you're gonna scare me, I would like to be scared.
Yeah, I agree.
If your only way to scare me, quote unquote, is to just be like, whoa, look at this fucked up shit. Oh my god, look at like
crazy.
I'm gonna be like, okay. Because I mentioned that I didn't really like Hereditary. I like the concept of Hereditary, how like grief has manifested and like, there's other stuff that's going on with like the demons and shit like that. Which spoilers, sorry.
Spoilers, but whatever.
But I was like, yeah, I don't really like movies like that, and I don't really care for like Midsommar either. Just because both of those to me feel too gore porny.
Okay. No, continue your thought.
It's just like I like the concept that we're going for, but it like near the end of it for both of them, because I know what happens in both of them. I haven't seen them just because like it is very intense. And especially with Hereditary, deals with a lot of things that would not be good for me. But like in the way of I thought that Hereditary would be good if it was just like this is a crazy way to show grief, because I love when like grief is manifested in like forms of media. But once I figured out that it was, or once it's revealed that it's like, oh, just weird demonic possession, and like the fucking grandma was just like really into demonic possession, I was like, man, okay, whatever. Because when we got to like, oh, it's tearing the entire family apart because nobody knows how to like process their emotions and deal with the grief of their like daughter dying, and they don't know how to accept that she's dead. And then it was like, no, it's actually demonic possession.
Yeah.
I was like, okay,
It's like,
whatever.
Cool. Anyway.
What were you gonna say? I'm sorry.
No, it's not super. Like I was gonna say something, but then I was like, no, I get where you're coming from.
No, you can just say it.
It was just like because I don't really classify Hereditary or Midsommar as like gore porn. It's not that doesn't fit the criteria to me.
I guess it's just like the gore that they wanted to do was so shock factory, and they try to make it like.
Yes, I think it suits for the narrative.
I guess so, but like specifically, I'm thinking about like in Midsommar, like when those people jumped off the cliff. I highly doubt that they would be looking like that.
No, but I mean, still, it's like, well,
I guess my brain is just like, that's unrealistic.
I don't, because I think it's suitable for like the narrative and what they're doing, and also the way it was shot was like really good.
Yeah. I guess so.
To me, when I think of gore porn, I'm just thinking of like Saw movies.
Which sucks because I'm so fascinated.
The story is so
Jigsaw.
interesting, but I don't care about anything else. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see like people in prolonged torture.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. BL. sometimes BL and dark media go hand in hand, and I love dark media. But yeah, it all matters about how you present it. Like, I mean, in Lamento here, we have in some of the bad ends, if you know, there's dark media. Hi, welcome in. Make sure to read the description. We're playing an adult visual novel, so please take care of yourself and be aware. But yeah, in Lamento, there's in what we're playing, it's the bad ends. You know, they have themes where it's very like, it's a little heavy, but if you're experienced in BL, it's really nothing new.
Yeah, I'm just like, this is chill.
Yeah. All right.
Oh my god.
As he passed.
Sorry, I looked at Twitter for a moment. It's one of Chikawa's friend's birthday.
Oh, Chikawa.
The bunny.
Did you see the thing about Chikawa that was like, some people think he's a hamster, but he's just a little guy?
I didn't. That's so true, though. He really is.
He's described as just like a little thing. He's not like a hamster.
He's just a little guy.
Just a little guy. As he passed the reception desk, he looked around. Bardo seemed to be in the kitchen. A note to that effect had been left on the counter. He passed through the door and went outside. The streets were still full of cats. Speaking of which, where had Rai gone? He looked around, though he wouldn't be able to find him in this crowd.
I love these outfits.
Yeah, they're so cool. When he followed the street to the right, he arrived at a square where the home of the feudal lord was. An elderly cat rested on a bench in the shade of a tree, and young cats engaged in pleasant conversation. I feel like there should be more to that sentence. It wasn't as lively as the main street, but it was a place where one could relax. While walking around the square, Konoe discovered something and perked up his ears. Something protruded from the wall in the back of the square. Cattails. He squinted, his pupils narrowed. It was a tail plant.
Cattails.
Whoa, why are we...
What the...
Where is this music coming from?
It was a cattail. Jesus.
When winter came, the tail plants bloomed their long, slender blooms covered in fuzz.
It's like when you were playing the letter and like that one guy said Isabella's name, like she was fucking dying and they were just talking to each other.
And I'm like, wow, where did this line delivery go? Isabella! And so anyway, we walked over here.
And I'm like, what?
Like, whoa!
What's going on? They're just cattails.
They didn't seem to be flowers, but they weren't leaves or fruit either. Yeah, don't eat them. They grew all over the forest around Kato, where Konoe once played.
Hot dog.
But since it was felled as a dangerous plant, he didn't see many nowadays. How is a cattail dangerous? Because when a cat's instincts was tickled, there was nothing to be done.
What is happening?
What does that mean, Konoe?
What?
He never thought he'd seen them in Ransen. Konoe stared helplessly. His cheeks almost seemed to twitch.
Oh, he wants to play with it.
He wanted to stalk along the ground on all fours. He strongly endured it. His tail shook uncertainly. The green bloom swayed attractively as if to tempt Konoe. Oh, he does want to play with it.
He wants to play with it.
He followed their every movement with his eyes, down to the tiniest shake. Ah, it was no use. He was losing. That thing.
What is this?
Pounce. At that moment, something snapped in him.
I want to play.
Konoe leapt up at the seductively dancing bloom. But
oh, I see. Okay, so it was intense because he was like, no.
He's like, no, resist the urge. Resist the urge. He just wants to play. He did not make it.
Damn. Must resist.
Though he stretched his arm up, it was just out of reach. He felt eyes on him and looked back. The cats gathered in the square all looked at him.
My bad.
Oh,
oh, he's so shy. just wanted to play with the toy.
He just wanted to play. So
Like when you have like, a mouse on
cute.
a string.
Yeah. You wiggle like one of those little feathers on a stick in front of your cat. Immediately, he felt hot from the tips of his ears to the end of his tail.
Sorry, everybody.
There's nothing more embarrassing than a cat who couldn't catch their prey. He humiliated himself. Overcome with shame, Konoe froze in place, still stretched out against the wall. Now what?
just keep facing the wall.
Yeah, just turn around and Blair Witch it. Then something reached out from behind, startling him. It was someone's hand, lightly plucking the tail plant's bloom and waving it in front of Konoe. He recognized that hand. Could it be?
Is it his friend?
Oh.
Bakaneko.
Come on. Oh my god, Kiyosama.
You're a completely ridiculously stupid cat.
He just wanted to play.
You guessed right. When he turned around, he saw Rai's cold gaze looking down on him.
Don't be mean.
I didn't expect you'd be this much of an idiot. No, he's upset. He's embarrassed.
He's embarrassed.
Did Rai really see him?
Just keep looking at the wall.
He looked at Rai, though he wanted to look down. His ears and tail were probably the most listless they've ever been in his life. And then he just waves it in front of his face. Here, isn't this what you wanted? As the bloom thrust out before him, Konoe looked down more and more. He wanted to dig a hole and hide. Furthermore, the fact that Rai didn't react to the tail plant was just another blow. Not just Rai, but the cats in this town too. He wondered why they weren't affected. It exposed a weakness in his resolve and felt him absolutely miserable.
He's looking around like, oh, so I'm the weird one because I wanted to play with toys.
I wanted to play with it. Jeez. Rai tossed the bloom and turned back. Oh. He scowled at the cats watching them. Show's over. Go away. Stop looking at him.
Back up.
The cats hastily began to move as if nothing happened.
Low nose time.
Let's go. Konoe followed briskly after Rai to escape. He returned to the main street and stepped into the waves of cats again. Rai moved closer to the edge of the road to get out of the crowd and lean against the wall. Konoe did the same. In the meantime, cats steadily passed in front of them. Their momentum didn't wane. Konoe admired them earnestly. It was like they would just bowl over anyone in their way. What were you doing in a place like that? The sudden question startled Konoe. After exposing such embarrassing behavior, he couldn't look Rai in the eye when they spoke. He's so grumpy.
He's like, nothing.
Nothing.
He's embarrassed.
He's embarrassed.
Nothing in particular. I was looking around at the stalls and that bloom caught my eye.
So you played carelessly, but failed spectacularly. He wanted to disappear. I didn't seem to be very interested, scoffing and crossing his arms.
Where are you going?
Wherever I want. I can go wherever I want, can I?
Oh, well, yeah.
Their conversation broke off there. The silence was too much for him right now.
Wait, save.
Oh.
Sorry, I forgot to remind you.
No, you're good. I forgot too. Save. While his thoughts raced, Rai opened his mouth.
Oh, wait.
I was exploring the back alleys. There seemed to be a variety of shops in there.
Hidden shops?
裏情報が取引されているような場所だ。
Places where underground information can be exchanged. Konoe nodded in understanding.
明日は祭りの最終日。図書館で何か手がかりが見つかるかもしれない。
Tomorrow is the last day of the festival. We could look for some clues in the library.
見つかるかな。
Will we find anything?
知らん。
Don't know. After Rai's curt answer, silence fell again. It was uncomfortable. He glanced at Rai for a moment. Rai was staring at something. Konoe followed his line of sight to a parent and child walking down the street. Seeing a child with a father and with a mother was rare. Oh.
メスだ。
A female!
The mother seemed considerably old. Therefore, she was probably not as much in need of protection. Still, just the sight of a female was something really precious. She was old, but she might still be attacked. She wore a lot of cloth to hide herself, but she still seemed happy. The memory of his mother flashed through Konoe's heart.
家族か。
Semi.
I think that's Konoe.
A family?
Oh, it was Rai.
Oh,
He said it
oops.
so softly. A family. Rai simply muttered. Konoe endured the urge to question Rai and watched his face instead.
Oh.
Oh, he's sad. Look at his.
We can make a family.
We can make a family. An entirely.
I'm pretty sure that no. Wouldn't the Omegaverse technically exist because they're cats?
Oh. How about we just wait?
Oh Jesus.
How about we wait and see?
Okay, Konoe, get pregnant.
An entirely different color blurred on his dignified profile. It almost looked like loneliness. While Konoe held his breath and stared, Rai moved away from the wall.
宿に戻るぞ。支度を整えて稽古だ。
Back to the inn. We'll get our things ready and practice. That usual harsh look returned to his face.
あ
Yeah.
Konoe was astonished, following after Rai as he began to walk. The expression just now. Had his eyes deceived him? Did he mishear that murmur? Konoe controlled his heart, which throbbed for some reason he didn't know, and walked down the street to the inn.
You can have a family with him.
You can have a family, Konoe. Are you ready to be a mother, Konoe?
Get ready.
Get ready. Back at the inn, Konoe and Rai gathered up their equipment and returned to the clearing Tokino had previously told them about. The moon. I love this music so much. This song in particular.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so good. The moon of light had already set, and nighttime came, but the main street still bustled thanks to the festival. The two of them escaped from the heart of the city to escape from the noise. Yes, I did read that right. I was like, hold on now.
What? So pretty.
So pity. Back in the clearing. This is where we have raw sex.
Wait, for real?
No.
Oh. I was about to be like,
No. But they have to be in a bed. They arrived at the clearing and set foot in the dusky field of grass. This was where he sang of his own volition for the first time. Remembering that, he felt a strange, deep emotion. In the middle of the clearing, Konoe and Rai faced each other.
歌から始める。
We'll begin with the song. Rai calmly stared at Konoe, his arms crossed. Konoe nodded and closed his eyes. He took repeated deep breaths and waited for his heart to settle. When he fought against the twin cats, he deftly invoked his song, but he was uncertain if he could sing in the same way again. He didn't yet have confidence in his skills as a sangha. He tried to recall the sensation he felt when he sang. However, something else appeared in the back of his closed eyelids. Rai's profile he'd seen it earlier. The song is also really good.
Hmm.
At the same time, he remembered the figure of the parents and child walking down the street. The two images overlapped, then disappeared. While staring at the happy mother cat, Rai had muttered those words. Family. A hoarse sound still lingered in Konoe's ears. Looking back, he realized he knew next to nothing about Rai. He didn't need to know, and he didn't want to know. But now he was concerned. He was beginning to think that he did want to know. Strange feelings welled up inside Konoe. A gentle white light was born. A song. Lie. Konoe was thinking of something entirely different. Nothing related to fighting. Puzzled, Konoe surrendered to the light. A melody began to sound. It spiraled up, slowly filling his body. A light ignited and gently burned within him. The melody sounded even more strongly, and white light overflowed from his body. Many tendrils of light flowed towards Rai. Rai's eyes widened slightly. Dreamy from singing his song, Konoe vaguely wondered if he was surprised. But soon enough, the light made a popping and snapping sound and disappeared. Rai stood still in surprise, his gaze turning to Konoe.
この歌は
Oh, look at his face! That song. As the song faded away, Konoe returned to reality and shook his head.
この歌は
That song?
Rai silently gazed at Konoe. Why was he so surprised? He didn't understand if Rai was amazed or angry.
なんだよ
What?
いや問題ない
Hmm.
歌は終わりだ
No. Not a problem. The song is over.
言いたいことがあるなら言えばいいだろう
If you have something to say, just say it.
Rai drew his sword like nothing happened, and Konoe frowned at him. Being left hanging like this made him uneasy, but judging from Rai's attitude, he thought this was a usual reaction.
問題ないと言っただろ
Oh, unusual, sorry. I said it wasn't a problem.
そういうことを聞いてるんじゃない
I didn't ask that.
一番初めに歌った基本的な歌の強化版といったところだなあの時よりも強く力がみなぎるのを感じた
It was stronger than the basic version of the song he first sang. Felt like I gained even more power than before.
もっといろいろな歌は歌えないのか
Yes, Konoe, yes, you can. It's true. I can sing different songs?
属性による得て増えてもあるだろう
It depends on its attributes. Each must have its strong and weak points.
それに確かに曲数が多いに越したことはないが実際にはトーガのセンスにかかっている
Plus, no matter how many songs there are, it all comes down to the Toga senses.
力を得てもただ剣を振り回すだけではどうにもならん
If the song only helps the Toga swing their sword around, it's not helping. In his mind, Konoe understood as much. Still, he felt a rash drive to act. If he could sing a large variety of songs, he might have been able to give Rai better support. Rai's gaze was sharp, and if the hesitation could be read on Konoe's face.
それとも俺が信用できないか
Or don't you trust me?
そうじゃないけど
It's not like that.
ならば余計なことを考える
Sorry,
な
I'm
早
here.
く剣を抜け
This is so crazy.
It's snowing.
Yeah. This is nuts.
Oh, this is your first time having snow, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I've
Oh my
never seen it.
god! I totally forgot. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Do you want to go outside and run in the snow? I'll wait.
No. I'm just getting over sickness.
Oh, okay, that's true. Well, listen. Okay, so here's the thing. From my old family recipe from way back up in the north, it was described that honestly, when you have a cold, and this is a very Scandinavian thing to do, is that especially babies, when they have a cold, it's best to like bundle them completely up and then put them outside in like their carrier or whatever and put them outside in the cold, and that clears up their cold.
Okay.
And it does work.
Oh, okay.
It does work.
Well,
I can confirm from information that I have, it does work.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Is a family knowledge that has been passed down. So maybe it might clear up your sinuses.
No, I don't want to test it.
And don't think about unimportant things. Hurry up and draw your sword. The tip of the long sword was thrust out, and Konoe reluctantly drew his sword as well. I like this pose for Konoe.
Mm.
I think he looks so cute.
He did.
He didn't understand Rai at all. He didn't understand at all why Rai was so surprised. If it was just the song giving him strength, he wouldn't have made that face. But since he felt Rai would get angry if he were to question any further, Konoe let it go. Shing! Before him, their swords clashed. An ear-splitting sound echoed through the night sky in the clearing, and then it disappeared. Even if Konoe tried to feint, Rai nimbly avoided him, his expression unchanged. After that, he didn't have any time to attack, and Rai pounced back towards Konoe. Konoe barely dodged the blow that grazed his cheek and immediately put momentum behind the sword at his side. The sword didn't catch Rai, but there was a moment when their eyes instantly met while they fought. The pupil in that clear blue eye was keen and sharp. Even while they practiced, Rai's gaze was serious. It sent a shiver up his spine. The instinct of a person engaged in a fight, fighting spirit. Such things made his fur bristle up all at once. It was fun. If he took one wrong step, he might lose his life. If fragile skin was cut, blood spilled as living proof. And pain. It was pleasant. A fight was a clash of instinct versus instinct. Even if the body was stronger, a weak will would lead to defeat. In reverse, even if the arms and legs had been wrested away, you could laugh until the very end. That was a victory. Past the arms and the body, staring into the opposite eyes, staring into that deep pool of life or death, the hearts became bare and clashed. That feeling was unbearable. When he threw himself at Rai with his sword, his highest moments stirred up. His tail bristled out and tensed, his pupils drew to sharp slits, his fangs bared, and he growled threateningly. He felt an ache like his entire body was being rubbed the wrong way. While his instincts trembled, he felt delight. His field of view opened while his chest arose with his rough breathing, showing the night sky and the moon. Wow. In the end, practice came to an end when Konoe was disarmed, lost his balance, and fell on his back. The impacts from their clashing swords made the palm of his hand numb. He still couldn't defeat Rai. Even so, there was a sense of invigoration to his chagrin. He drew a painful breath, but it wasn't a bad feeling.
I'm having the audio problem.
Oh, the audio problem? Is it just on your side, or is it also...
It's just on my side, so like the thing that you did where you just like stopped streaming and then streamed again.
Yep. I got you.
Sorry, every pony.
No, you're good. It happens. It has been known to happen.
Okay.
Is it better? Well, we'll find out. How long do you plan to sleep? Let's go back. He was called to, and Konoe slowly got up. He sheathed his sword and exhaled deeply. Still, he felt like he couldn't even hold a candle to Rai. In fact, how could he? Because he never got any evaluation from Rai, he didn't know. However, if there was no chance, Rai would say so clearly. Nothing being said may have not been a bad thing, as is Rai's way. Konoe followed after Rai as they left the clearing and walked back to the inn. Because of the song and the swordplay, one right after the other, he felt fatigued and a little unsteady on his feet. How's the audio?
Fixed. Audio fixed.
Okay, good. Sorry, I'm just checking something.
That's good.
Okay. Although the numbers of cats had decreased a little, the streets were far from asleep. Some stalls were still open too. From the back alleys here and there, the sound of raucous laughter echoed. I love that word, raucous.
Ruckus.
Glancing around, Konoe tried to pass through the streets. Suddenly, a stall a little distance away collapsed, and the keeper flew out onto the streets with a loud sound. The cats and the shopkeepers of the other stores nearby bristled out their tails and paid attention to something. A storage jar was broken. 2 cats stood before the shopkeeper, who moved to the streets. The shopkeeper bristled his tail and shivered with a rattling sound, edging away after he fell on his backside.
あんま家庭こと言うなよな。
Wow.
せっかくのお祭り気分が台無しじゃねえか。
Don't be all stingy, huh? You ruined the fucking festival mood, right?
売り物の一つや二つなくなったところで死にはしねえよ。今夜ブレイクってな。
Cute.
You want to do this
Oh,
one?
oh yeah. I didn't know. I can't remember if you actually. Sorry. Wow. It made it so much brighter in my room.
Oh, it's all white.
Yeah. Oases.
Mm-hmm.
Will my car start tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, cool. You won't die if you lose 1 or 2 goods. Tonight's made for partying.
There were probably bandits who came out of the forest to profiteer off the festival. Loading both their hands full of items the stall had for sale, the lowly bandits let out arrogant, crude laughter. When the jeering cats began to get noisy, the bandits glared at the people around them and raised their voices.
なんだ？文句のあるやつ出てきやがれ。ぶっ殺してやるからよ。
What? Whoever's complaining can step up right now. I'll kill ya. Right away, the taunting fell silent and the surrounding cats took a step or 2 back. Konoe remembered when he was being hunted by bandits in the forest and he frowned in disgust.
あ、いねえのか？なんだよ、つまんねえな。文句があるのはお前だけだってよ。
No one? What the hell? So boring. You're the only ones complaining.
What?
Sometimes I read it and then I have to be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's usually my mess ups are like I incidentally read ahead in the middle of like while I'm reading.
Oh, I do that all the time.
Yeah, so I'm just like, hold on, we're too far ahead. Move back.
Oh, whoa, back it up.
Yeah. As if they weren't satisfied with just stealing, the bandits knelt by the crawling shopkeeper. Although Konoe tried to keep quiet so as to not get involved, it was apparently impossible. Rai might have been displeased with him later, but it didn't matter. At that moment, Konoe tried to unsheath his sword. Whoop, whoop.
Oh, whoop, whoop.
Whoop, whoop. Rai had been quiet until then, but now he rang through the cats into the center of the crowd.
お、なんだよ、やるか?
Yaruka. What? What's this guy doing?
やっちまえ!
Get him.
Get him! While he ran, Rai held a dagger and sword in both hands. Each bandit also drew his sword, their arms raised up to drive their weapons into Rai. The match was instantaneous.
I like this battle music.
Yeah. As the wind rushed past the jeering spectators, they may have caught a glimpse of it. Rai held his arms and the swords out broadly, standing still between the two bandits as they collapsed. Whee! Whee! Whee!
Whee!
The two bandits' eyes opened widely as they groaned, holding their stomachs and slouching down. The two of them landed to the ground, moaning. They weren't dead. Look at his nothing personal, kid. Rai stood up and looked back over his shoulder, his blue eye fixed on the unshapely duo. All the cats except Konoe were dazed and stared at the cats before them, their tails bristled out, their ears lowered. Nervous. Gradually, a murmur began to spread. It was a mixture of surprise and wonder. Konoe stared at Rai
Don't
for a while.
worry, every pony.
Don't worry, every kitty.
Every kitty.
Feeling like a weight had lifted off his chest, thinking that this was unexpectedly good. Rai sheathed his sword and turned to him. The cats surrounding him stared in awe and admiration.
Thanks, mister.
Thanks, mister. Oh. But at that moment, one of the fallen bandits barely rose. He looked like he couldn't stand up, but he grimaced with rage burning in his eyes, grasping his fallen sword in his hand.
Look out!
Oh, die!
Die!
Their cries overlapped. The bandit hurled the sword in his hand at Rai. Turning around, Rai deflected it with his dagger. A high-pitched metallic tone echoed. The bandit's thrown sword strayed from its direction, but at an unexpected momentum and its murderous speed could not be stopped. Gasp. Rai turned his face away. The hilt of the sword, which changed direction in midair, grazed over Rai's eye patch. It wasn't strong enough to make an impact and fell to the ground with a dull sound. Maybe it hadn't dealt much damage. Aware of the accident, Konoe watched Rai with that thought in mind.
Oh, but did it take the eye patch? Oh, dang it.
Rai stood in silence and touched his fingertips to his eye patch in a terribly slow movement. A cold chill ran up Konoe's spine. It was like the air suddenly froze. Rai's appearance was strange.
Oh.
His heart throbbed hard the next moment. It was a feeling he'd sensed before. His chest hurt as if it had been split open. His ears rang and his head began to ache. It was the pain of empathy. Konoe clutched his chest with one hand, gritting his teeth.
Oh, I know. Emotions are so much for
Emotions
you,
are
buddy.
hard. It wasn't violent, and the muddy stream of emotions didn't come. Still, it was heavy and all-consuming. Was it Rai? Why? Suddenly, Rai moved aimlessly, as if blown by the wind. He turned to the bandit cat who had tried to get up and raised his sword. You bastard! While the bandit growled, his ears also folded back completely as he began to try to escape. He admitted defeat. Even so, Rai bared the claws of one hand and raked them across the face of the cat who'd thrown the sword.
Ouch.
Rai clawed at him over
Ouch.
and over again, occasionally clasping his hand into a fist and punching at his bloodied face.
Oh, it's coming a flurry now.
Yeah. When the cats protected his head with both hands and curled up, Rai pulled out his sword and hoisted it up. Was he going to kill him? No matter the circumstances, that wasn't necessary.
Oi, もういいだろ.
Hey, that's enough.
Konoe couldn't take it anymore and called out to him, but Rai didn't react. The sharp blade swung down on the cat without mercy.
Oh, goodness. He's gonna kill him.
Goddess.
Oh, I thought that said goodness me when I don't know how to read.
Because the goddess that they pray to. With a revolting sound, Rai stabbed the sword into the cat's hand.
Oh my god, Rai.
Oh my god.
Chill.
Hey. The trembling cat still watched and now looked away.
He's just a bandit.
The other bandit looked pale and edged back with unsteady steps. Rai's movements were indifferent and without hesitation. But why did he target the hand instead of any of the vital organs? Perhaps Rai wanted to torture him to death. At the same time, Konoe felt empathy coming from the crouching cat, and the pain seemed to crush his chest. Gritting his teeth and stooping himself to protect his body, Konoe walked up to Rai's back.
Hey!
He gripped Rai's sword-wielding arm from behind. However, Rai still tried to use his arm, as if he was ignoring Konoe's very existence.
Stop it before you kill him.
While he held his arm, Konoe tried to catch a glimpse of Rai's face and gasped. Hey, beautiful. Rai was smiling again. A thin smile crossed his lips, his blue eye reflecting a bizarre light. Furthermore, emotions flowed like hot mud into Konoe's hand from the arm he was grasping. When he involuntarily let go of Rai's arm, the sword swung down upon the cat.
It hurts. Stop. Please stop.
Now the other hand. The cat cried out. Rai hoisted his sword up again with a cold, delighted smile. It was the same. He occasionally glimpsed that smile during battle. Konoe was shocked out of his bewilderment by the repeated echoing of several dull blows. The bandit cat hid his face in his hands covered in blood, trembling and crying out. Rai was insane. If he didn't stop this, the bandit cat would die. As soon as he thought it, Konoe flung himself at Rai as he raised both weapons up high.
This...
When Konoe clung to Rai's body, a dull pang ran through the back of his head. He was grazed by the hilt of the sword. Konoe shut his eyes tightly to prepare for what would come next. If Rai didn't return to sanity, he might be slashed at as well. However, the shock he had expected didn't come. Konoe opened his eyes and fearfully looked up. Rai was staring at him. His eyes met Rai's in motionless gaze. His focus blurred. Shrinking back, Konoe hurriedly let go of Rai's body. Pain ran through the back of his head, and he put a hand in his hair. Blood stained his hand. It was probably from some sharp part of the sword's hilt. Rai suddenly grabbed his hands.
Let me go!
Although Konoe reflexively tried to pull away, his hand was pulled back. For a while, Rai stared at his blood-stained fingertips.
Oh my
What was
goodness.
he doing? He brought them to his mouth and licked them with his tongue.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
What?
He stared at the cat before him in disbelief. However, Konoe immediately pulled his arm back, shook off Rai's hands, and without missing a beat, slapped him across the cheek.
What are you doing? Snap out of it.
Konoe glared and cried out. Although he had naturally tried to hold back, Rai didn't move for a while after he hit him. Eventually, Rai slowly turned his face back to look at Konoe. His eye finally began to focus, and a surprising color began to touch Rai's expressionless gaze. Oh! 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 Look at it! Oh! Oh my god.
He looks so soft.
That's crazy. He looks so sad. Konoe thought he'd be hit in return and secretly tensed up, but Rai seemed to have returned to sanity and now passed his gaze over his surroundings. The circling cat screamed and shrank back. The cat who Rai had horribly attacked now curled up on the ground shaking. The other bandit overcame his fright and rushed up to the fallen cat, holding his body in his arms.
This monster. Damn it.
While supporting the wounded cat, the other bandit cat regarded Rai with a mix of fear and anger, then fled. Fear and hunger. In the profound emptiness, a tense silence followed. Eventually, the jeering cats who had gathered turned a fearful gaze to Rai, backing away with their ears and tails lowered and finally scattered. Rai was silent, his brows furrowed. Was it just Konoe's imagination, or a trick of the light, or was Rai's eyes shining with such a complex light and unexpected hesitation? The torturous pain of empathy left Konoe little by little. His body, which had endured the pain and stiffened, now finally relaxed. He let out a soft sigh and turned to Rai after he looked at their surroundings.
Yado, 戻ろう。
Let's go back to the inn.
Although he was thinking many things at once, his mind and body were exhausted and he couldn't bring himself to say anything. Rai narrowed his eyes and turned his face away. He murmured softly.
Oh. It's okay. Everybody has those days.
Everybody has those days. I'm sorry. Konoe involuntarily stared at Rai in amazement. He never thought he'd hear Rai saying anything like an apology. While he did so, Konoe remembered his state just before. His eye, dim and out of focus. He couldn't imagine that for Rai when he was usually so calm. If Konoe hadn't stopped him, that cat would have died. What set him off? What was he thinking, and why did he smile like that? Black shadow lurked behind that keen-eyed look, and Konoe felt fearful and confused. It was a place he couldn't tread. That was his intuition. Konoe kept quiet and stared at the silver-haired lightly swaying before him. As they walked the streets for a while, they came across a group in costumes despite the late hour. There were at least 10 of them. Because they walked in rows in a line, it could have been a costume parade. Torches were lit all over the city, and the costume cats emerging in the dim light seemed eerie. The masks and clothes appeared horrid. It looked even more like a ritual than it did during the day. Rai and Konoe both automatically stopped walking and waited for the costume group to pass by. They were quiet and somehow awkward with one another. Seeing the costume parade walk away with slow, solemn footsteps, Konoe gave Rai a momentary sidelong glance. He looked expressionless as always. As time passed, Konoe's own surprise, anger, and fear also subsided. At that moment, some kind of fragrance gently graced the tip of his nose. Immediately, he felt a little dizzy. It was a very good smell.
これ、何の匂いだ?
What's this scent?
Forgetting the awkwardness, he inadvertently asked Rai. Although he thought about it for later, Rai nodded towards one of the vendors along the street. That's it. Konoe was somehow relieved that Rai's behavior was no different than usual. At the stall, a suspicious middle-aged cat was seated. He had a creepy smile. The scent that drifted was something the man burned beside him to attract customers, and incense was arranged on the board or placed in a small cloth bag. Though the incense was such a small pouch, the scent could be enjoyed for a reasonable amount of time. Konoe inhaled slowly. It was a good scent that seemed to numb every bit of his body. Oh, careful, Konoe. The first whiff seemed bitter and sour, but it gradually melted into sweetness. He was a bit at a loss, but it felt like maybe he could buy a trinket during the festival. When Konoe put a hand in the bag he carried, Rai opened his mouth.
やめろ。こんな時間にやっているような店だぞ。何が混じっているかわからん。
Stop. When shops like these are open at this hour, you don't know what could be mixed in there. The middle-aged vendor looked openly offended. Konoe definitely felt the same uneasiness. This man was too suspicious. Even so, he really liked this scent. Hold on. I don't have my walkthrough
Oh
pulled
my
up.
god.
Hold on. I don't have my
Get the
walkthrough pulled up.
walkthrough.
Shit. Hold on. Rye route. Lamento. Wait, hold on. Lamento. Rye. It's been so long, I got rid of it. Rye route. Walk through. There we are. Where the hell? No, that's wrong one. That's Bardo. Where is Rye? There we are. Okay. Ba 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 ba. There we are. Buy it. We buy. I should save. There we go. Okay. We buy. Yes. We buy. Konoe ended up pulling a coin out of his bag and handing it over after all. The old man gave him the small pouch with a cheerful voice. Don't know what'll happen. When he looked up, he saw Rai furrowing his brows in disagreement.
But it smells good. See?
Stop. He untied the string that kept the pouch closed, and when he turned it to Rai, Rai looked away. Konoe tied it up again so the scent couldn't escape and brought it close to his chest. The scent still steadily drifted. While they exchanged brief words, Konoe felt a secret relief in his heart. He had a feeling that the awkward atmosphere that had continued since a little while ago had disappeared. Rai was back to normal. As they walked the street, they reached a fork in the road. On the left was the road to the inn, but Konoe somehow wanted to keep going straight. It might have been the incense that made him feel so good.
Can we go straight ahead? Sorry, I gotta blow my nose.
Straight ahead. The inn is to the left. It's not much trouble to take a little detour. Are you okay? What? Rai frowned in suspicion, but reluctantly walked after Konoe. They moved straight ahead. Gradually, the number of buildings decreased, leaving a lonely atmosphere and the faint sound of water.
Is there a river? I'll say, he wants to go try to get fucked in the alleyway.
Although we're taking a detour, if we go this way, we can reach the street that goes back to the inn.
Let's walk along the river.
I cast him a skeptical look. His face.
He's like,
He's like, huh? More and more suspicious, but Konoe raised up his tail lightly and walked towards the sound of the water. The road melted into the darkness in the absence of any building or light, merging with the river in the middle. The bank, surrounded by deep grass, wasn't very high at all.
do you like the water?
Don't like it in particular. Since you hate fire, does that mean you like water?
いや、別に。
No, not really. Because they're cats.
Because they're kitty cats. Usually he didn't even want to touch the topic of fire being his weakness, but now he didn't mind it. Maybe he was in a good mood. Soon began to purr. While he walked along the riverbank, he breathed in the scent of water. The scent of the incense settled in his chest at the same time. Konoe slowly exhaled the breath he'd held.
Oh no.
Suddenly his heart gave an irregular beat. His pulse quickened, raising the temperature of his body. At the same time, chills ran down his spine and tail.
Oh no.
It was a strange feeling, and he didn't know if he felt hot or cold. It was different from the effects of empathy. His breathing quickened and he felt
Oh
feverish.
no. Oh no. Oh, oh, Konoe, what happened?
What happened?
What's going on?
Konoe, what happened?
This is just horrible.
Oh no, so awful. Konoe was puzzled and looked back at Rai, not knowing what to do. Rai stopped a short distance away. He stared at the grass.
おい。
Hey.
Rai tilted his head slightly and watched Konoe. His tail shook restlessly from left to right. It was a pushy mannerism, different from how he usually was. Rai was feeling the same symptoms?
Oh my goodness.
Konoe turned back and approached, looking at Rai's
も
face.
しかして、あんたも。
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. You too, by any chance?
風邪でもひいたかな。
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Of course.
For real.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Maybe we caught a cold.
Konoe touched his forehead to check his temperature. Rai frowned and scowled at him.
本当にバカな猫だな。おまけにグドンだ。聞こえないのか、あれが。
You really are a stupid cat. But this is even stupider. Can't you hear it? Sorry, I'm putting on chapstick.
Chapped leaves.
My chapped lips is so cold. Although Konoe
I can help with that.
Oh my god. Wow, thanks. Thank you for your support yesterday.
Oh, when you were playing Okami. Or
Not yet,
no.
Sunday. Yeah, sorry. Sunday.
Yeah, I was like, wait, no, yesterday was...
Yeah,
Monday.
no, Sunday.
Yeah, don't worry, I got you.
Thank you. Although Konoe wanted to retort those words in their mix of anger and amazement, he endured it and pricked up his ears. In the soft sound of the flowing water, he heard a sound of something rubbing against the grass. It was wrestling? He heard it at regular intervals. After that, a voice.
Asato.
Like restless
Oh.
breathing.
Oh.
Like restless breathing and a moan. A voice? Konoe finally noticed what Rai was going to say. It wasn't much, but there was an unmistakable sign of something moving in the grass.
あの
In
子
dark
が
grass.
匂いが立ち込めている。
It's the incense. The scent is hanging over us. Konoe lifted his chin slightly and sniffed the air at his words. It wasn't from the pouch at his chest.
どうして
Wow.
こんなに匂いが。
It's new to him.
It's new. He's never done this
He's never done
before.
this before.
Why does it smell like that?
そこらにいる猫たちも持っているということだ。
It's drugs.
悪質なマタタビの成分でも
Oh,
混入されていたんだ。
It means there were cats using this here before. Perhaps they used strong catnip as an ingredient.
Mm-hmm.
Rai spat his words, his face a disgusted grimace. Catnip was a plant that existed since the time of toucans, and it was an ingredient that helped intoxicate cats.
Yeah, they go fucking nuts.
Yeah, they go fucking nuts.
I want to see Konoe like out of his gourd.
Like eyes blown the fuck out. Like
That one cat
giant
that
saucers.
has that one video of the cat that gets catnip and then just immediately like spreads out
Yes,
his
like-
hands.
Oh,
Oh yes.
oh yeah. But now there were several limitations on its sale and use ever since cases of adult cats who took too much and became comatose cropped up one after the other. Most of the plants were felled and only catnip liquor, which contained a hint of its powder, were left on the market. Even a stick as long as one's pinky was enough to intoxicate.
Yeah. You get a whiff of it and you're like,
However,
Go
the problem
crazy.
was that for anything of good quality, the price was quite high. The low-quality, cheap stuff was enough to induce drunkenness and almost acted like an aphrodisiac.
excuse me,
Usually it was difficult to sniff out.
aphrodisiac, you say?
でも
Mm-hmm.
露店で炊いてた匂いは何ともなかった
Oh, I had to read it because I was like, what? But I couldn't smell anything in what was burning in that stall.
あれは客寄せ用だろう。普通の猫じゃ質の違いなんてわからんからな。騙された猫たちがご覧の通りだ。あるいは知っていて、それ目的であえて買ってやる
It's like those gas station pills.
Yeah, exactly.
You know the ones.
You know the ones. That's to attract customers. Ordinary cats can't tell any difference in quality. As you can see, it's meant to deceive cats. Or some of them do know and daringly buy it knowing its purpose. Kanaway, you're so funny.
He's so silly.
Kanaway was at a loss for words. Feeling his face flush, he immediately looked down. His ears and tail drooped miserably. Of course, since this was his first time at the festival, he hadn't bought it with those intentions. He just got to this point. He just got to this point because he felt like doing it, and maybe Rai knew that. Konoe just wanted to find a hole to hide in.
Now he's embarrassed
He
again.
was so embarrassed he could just die. Suddenly, he felt a presence and looked up. Rai stood right before him. His hand reached out and tightly grabbed his shoulder.
何
What?
静かにしろ
Oh my goodness! Oh my gosh. Oh, this CG is so pretty.
Everybody wake the fuck up!
They're kissing.
They're kissing!
Oh my god. This with the moonlight, this lighting, oh, it's so pretty. Oh, okay. I was confused. I see.
Look at, yeah, I was like, look at, he's Konoe's trying to shrug him off. Be
Oh my
quiet.
god. Oh my gosh.
Before he had time to think, Konoe was pulled close. Not knowing what was happening or what was going on with himself, he panicked when Rai grabbed his shoulder. Konoe tried to push his hand against Rai's chest to push him away. Yes, I did read that right.
Yes, you did. You got it.
I was like, hold on. But the arm embracing him was strong and he couldn't pull away.
待ったちょっと離せ
Wait a second. Let go.
静かにしろと言ったはずだ。
Oh my god.
Oh, the lust music.
Oh my god.
The fuck music.
The fuck music. I told you to be quiet.
Eee.
You get it doubled. After it's such a treat for you.
Yes, it's true for me.
After those words, Konoe felt a rough touch on his ear and stiffened his shoulders.
何やって
Cute.
Little baby noise.
Cute. Oh, is he licking his ears? He's grooming him. Oh my gosh, that's so intimate.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Something warm and damp trailed over the edge of his ear. When Konoe shook his head at the strange ticklish feeling, his mind wandered just for a moment. And in that split second, Rai grabbed Konoe's body and dragged him towards the grass.
Oh my goodness. Are we gonna have to hide this from stream?
Hold on. Hold on.
Oh my god.
I don't think so, but I don't remember.
Holy god.
I don't know if I should put the censor bar up just in case.
Um,
I don't remember.
Hey, everypony. Segex is about to happen.
Segex is about. Go ahead and read this line. I have my hand hovering over the censor bar.
Hey, seriously, what are you doing?
Even if he struggled, he couldn't resist.
Oh my goodness.
In a secluded area, Konoe was pushed with his back to a tree trunk.
Whoa!
Oh my god!
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh my god.
Oh!
It's your fault.
Oh!
なんで
He sounds so cute!
You sound a million miles away. Where'd you go?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Really? Why are you so quiet?
Hello, I'm right here.
Why are you... That's crazy. Hold on. Let me just turn you up on my end then.
It didn't move.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm just gonna turn you all the way up.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello. It's me.
It's me. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Konoe heard a hoarse voice by his ear. Rai's breathing was ragged.
Ooh.
Shockingly, he felt a strange excitement.
Yes.
Only now, Rai's dignified voice was tinged with a hint of desperation, reverberating in his eardrums.
Yes!
To add even more insult, there was the scent of the incense. Konoe didn't know if it was drifting from his own pocket or elsewhere. His view shook dizzily, and Konoe closed his eyes, beginning to feel pleasantly like he was floating. On the other hand,
my fingers are steepled right now.
on the other hand, his heart beat hard and fast inside his chest.
Something else is hard.
Something else is hard.
Something else is hard.
Ooh.
Ooh.
He heard a slight click of tongue before his ears were licked again.
Oh, I was like,
that was Rai. I see.
Yeah.
Rai gently nibbled at the tip of one.
Oh my gosh.
And the ear reflexively flicked down.
Oh my goodness.
A tongue entered his ear
Whoa.
and traced the soft fur inside.
Wow.
While he drew the entire tip into his mouth and sucked on it.
It's so intimate.
Oh my god.
Cute.
Wow. A sound like someone roughly grooming him was transmitted through vibrations directly to his skin.
I was gonna ask, it's so off topic from yeah, me too, I understand.
Mm-hmm.
These are also sensitive. I was wondering if we would ever see either of them like groom each other, because that's very like
very intimate.
It's very intimate, very sign of respect.
Mm-hmm. But also sexy.
Also really sexy.
Furthermore, there was a wet sound inside his ear, and he couldn't keep still. Konoe grit his teeth to stifle his rough breathing, his head pressed against the tree.
My goodness.
Occasionally a fang painfully grazed the thin skin of his ear. His throat sounded in pain. Konoe tries to raise his hand to fight Rai.
Oh my gosh.
But they were grabbed and pushed to the tree trunk to stop them. Yippee! Now what?
Oh, you know what?
He didn't know Rai like this. He never imagined him like this.
It's okay, you're about to learn what Segex is right now.
The thing he'd relied on collapsed, leaving Konoe with a frightening sense of helplessness. But on the other hand, he was also intoxicated by that unfamiliar sensation, leaving him intensely confused.
Okay.
The scent of the incense clouded the depths of his mind. He didn't know what he was doing. Meanwhile, his ear was now fully inside that teasing mouth, pressing between Rai's lips and slowly drawn out.
Give him a kiss! So cute. I'm not reading that out.
Okay. Feeling his
Not
ears
for free.
For free? Feeling
Not
his
for free.
ears slowly being pulled out, Konoe felt a shiver run down his back and tail. He unintentionally turned his head and exhaled roughly. Above, he saw the thicket open up slightly. Seeing the green under the cover of darkness, he was vividly reminded that this was really happening. Rai looked at his face, his chest rising and falling with his excited breathing. For a moment, Konoe was entranced by his eye. On the surface of that frosty blue, a faint heat flickered, different from anger.
Oh my god!
I told you not to buy it.
こうなるって分かってたのか。
You knew this would happen?
違う。得体の知れないものに手を出すなと言っている。
It's not that. I told you not to meddle in things that don't concern you.
今さらもう遅いだろ。
Too late now, isn't it?
だから、
Whoa! Oh my goodness.
And take responsibility.
Wow!
Wow!
Yippee! Boys kissing! Woo!
Okay, there's no, just in case, but there's nothing super crazy explicit right now.
Oh, this is such a good CG.
That's all y'all get. Ready? Ready? 1, 2, 3. There you go. That's all y'all get. They're making out.
Oh my gosh.
I could actually hold on. Let me do I can do one of these. You can see.
Oh, but Konoe looks so cute.
You can see. Yeah, there we go. That's all you get.
Oh wait, what are you doing?
Oh,
Can't-
you have to look at the stream.
Oh, okay, I see what you're doing.
Do you see it? Okay. That's all y'all get.
They're kissing.
They're kissing. Oh my god. Rai spoke, scowling, and pressed their lips together.
You might have to mute the sound here
Not
soon.
right now.
Not right now, but maybe soon.
No, I'm good. It was hot. Konoe thought that first and foremost at the touch of Rai's lips. The heat inside their bodies melted together. After touching and separating several times, the tip of Rai's tongue parted his lips and traced over his teeth. Now I have to read this because the audience can't see the text.
Oh my gosh.
Poking at the tip of a sharp fang, it tried to enter his mouth.
Cute.
Konoe stopped trying to think, desperately swept away in Rai's heat and the temptations of the incense.
Is it the incense, like the aphrodisiac, or is it like the heat?
Oh, it's the incense. Yeah, it's
Okay.
mostly the incense.
It's not, the
It's
heat.
not quite. But it can stir a heat,
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say this feels like a
Mm-hmm.
induced heat.
Mm-hmm. He cast everything aside and surrendered his body to these powerful emotions. But if he lost himself, it wouldn't do any good. His thoughts seemed to melt away and he desperately tried to change them.
Oh, yes.
Konoe firmly turned his face away,
No.
refusing the kiss.
No.
Then he looked back up and stared at Rai up close.
なんであんたでもそんな風になるのか。
I like this little defiant face of his.
I know, it's so cute.
So
Look at how
cute.
cute Konoe looks!
I know,
Oh
that's
my
what I
God.
said. I was like, this is cute CG. He looks so cute. Why? Why are you even like this?
Hold on, give me 1 second.
You covering stuff up?
There we go.
What'd you do?
Nothing. It's in our group server. What do you mean?
いつも冷静だから。
You're always so calm.
I just found this funny because it was they're having this small soft conversation while Rai's got his tongue down Konoe's throat.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
血も肉もあるただの猫だ。自発的なものならまだしも、
Oh my gosh.
I'm not above nature. It's just a cat of flesh and blood. Even if it's not voluntary, it's difficult to fight against desire when instinct's forcing you.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god!
Oh my god. Listen, when they throw this line at you, you know that the BL is about to be peak.
Every single time.
When they throw this line at you, but we're guys. You and me both. You know it's about to be so good.
But we're both guys. No.
I love it.
But we're both
Yeah.
guys. Konoe,
But we're
the
both
women
boys.
all the women are dead. Like,
How do you expect
what
to
the fuck else?
procreate?
They breathe roughly against each other's lips. Because there were so few
Yeah.
females, it was not uncommon that males performed pairs out of necessity. Yeah, Konoe, what is this but we're both guys shit?
But we're both boys.
But we're both boys. Still, Konoe didn't know if that meant he'd go so far as to call
I don't know if I
male
can call
I
them
don't know if I'd call homosexuality normal.
normal.
So far as to call male pairs normal. That's hilarious, Konoe.
They are normal.
They are, it happens all the time. Whoa, gay people exist. Whoa.
Whoa.
In his mind, he understood that there was no help for it, but his body disagreed. Okay, Konoe. Sure. He resisted and worried. The law that they must leave offspring was firmly engraved in their genes. Okay, Konoe.
Oh, the Omegaverse?
Sure. Yeah, there's ways around this. But now, the aphrodisiac effects of the incense made that boundary less certain. There was no need to deceive themselves. They were very much crossing the line.
What line?
So what?
Huh?
At that casual response, Konoe involuntarily looked back at Rai. Wow. So
Amen.
true, King. Amen.
Real as fuck.
Amen. No matter who your partner is, as long as you feel desire for each other, it's fine.
Gay rights.
Gay rights. At those words, Konoe felt like a part of his mind cooled. For some reason, he felt slightly disgusted. You'll be okay.
There's no need to.
You'll be okay, Konoe.
There's literally no need to.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
I
okay,
see.
never mind.
He's
Never mind.
jealous. I understand.
It's okay. I also get jealous.
Mhm.
So, you mean anyone will do?
Why do you think that?
Because just now.
Stop whining like a baby. If you don't like it, bite me and get away.
Oh my goodness. I'm not making that sound.
Oh, sorry. I just got distracted.
Blood rushed to his head,
Oh,
and
yeah.
also...
Blood rushed to his head. Then... Oh, yeah, which head?
Which one?
Konoe looked up, pressed his lips to strengthen his determination, and bit the tip of Rai's nose in front of him.
Yum.
Although Rai pulled away, their lips brushed as he smiled slightly.
Damn it.
Damn it.
Okay, everybody, you can see again.
All right, everybody, you're allowed to see. So that's the end of that. He went like, nom, nom. Rai was obviously provoking him. If Konoe took the bait, it'd end up in a squabble. Even if he
Take the
knew
bait.
that, the scent of the incense let him vividly imagine that pleasure from before.
Let him take the bait.
Oh
Oh gosh.
Oh god! Oh. I mean, it's nothing like it's bad or anything, but
No, they're just kissing.
They're just kissing. While at the same time recalling a feeling of vertigo and defeat, Konoe bit at Rai's lip and scowled at him. If he bit Rai, he'd get bitten back. Frustrated, he'd opened his mouth wider and bit at Rai's upper lip. Oh, we're still going! We're still going!
Oh lord.
We're still going, everyone.
You don't remember this?
No, I don't. I remember.
goodness.
I remember the bed scene.
The what?
The scene. And I remember, oh god, I can't, that's gonna be way later. I forgot about this because Nitro always does this where they're like, okay, we have to wade into the fun stuff, so here's a first semi-explicit scene and then we get to the actual scene later.
Yes, I'm aware. It's
As-
just like
Yeah, as Nitro does.
it's just like New Carnival.
Or like like Dramatical Murder too, where you have like your little makeout scene, or if you're Noise, just like a full blowjob.
Yeah.
and then,
Play.
and then you have to wait till the very end to have your actual moment.
In the hospital bed.
Yeah. Rai's fangs bit at Konoe's lower lip. Because he knew they were just playing around, he didn't bite as hard, but it still hurt. Thinking he'd bite more, Konoe kept nipping at Rai's upper lip. But at that moment, their fangs clicked together, sending a jolt through the edge of Konoe's consciousness.
Yowchies.
Whoop. It wasn't a particularly big shock, but it sounded like something was breaking, which was enough to make him hesitate. Oh my god. They both stopped, neither moving away. Oh, sorry, wrong button. An awkward air passed between them, contrasting with the murmur of the small river flowing in the night. Although the heat hadn't passed away completely yet, he regained a strange composure in the core of his mind. He remembered that up until a few minutes ago, he'd been strangely excited, and that hopelessly embarrassed him. He'd probably gotten carried away.
Just keep going.
Just keep going! Surely Rai was the same. He turned
Surely.
his face away and took a step back without making eye contact.
悪ふざけが過ぎたな。
Ow!
What do you mean, joke?
The joke's over now. He couldn't think of a way to respond to that. Rai let out a deep sigh, as if attempting to change Konoe's mood.
戻るぞ。
Let's go back.
No.
Sad.
Yeah.
Konoe answered briskly without looking at Rai's face, following after him, and he began to walk.
Is there more than just the bed scene?
Well, there's
Wait,
there's
is
the
it like the...
there's the bad ends beforehand.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, is there like the demons and stuff?
Yes. There's we already since we're going on the main route or the good route, we missed a couple already.
I looked up one.
Mm-hmm.
That was crazy.
Yeah. Konoe looked down at his feet. Occasionally, he caught a glimpse of a white tail shaking out the corner of his eyes. His head was empty for a while, and he just moved his feet absent-mindedly. But when the wind blew and tickled his ears, he suddenly remembered Rai's touch. Rai's tongue warmer than he expected, and his strong power.
You should just be like, can you do it again?
Can you do it again? His slightly erratic breathing, the warmth of their bodies pressed together. It had happened only a few minutes ago, and it wasn't a dream. Rai always looked down at Konoe with a cold glance, but now he had felt his vivid touch and warmth. It was the first time someone touched him like that. When
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, I bet. When Konoe unconsciously thought about it, his cheeks heated up. It was unavoidable. In a way, it was inevitable. Konoe hadn't expected the incense would have that kind of effect on him. To be frank, he wondered if Rai knew about it from the start. It seemed like a groundless accusation. But if back then they hadn't stopped, what would have happened? A shiver ran down his spine at the thought.
I would have eaten you.
He didn't understand. Didn't want to think about it. It was frightening to think about. His heart beat quickly and heavily in unrest. The sound of his heartbeat was strange, like that time before, and Konoe felt self-loathing. Although it was scary, why didn't he hate it?
You like boys, don't you, Konoe?
Boys. You like boys, huh? You like boys. How could he do something like that and not hate it? He didn't know. It's because you like boys.
Because you like him.
You like him.
Just
In any
wait until you
case-
get Asatos.
I know. In any case, the incense threw him off. That was it. It was all because of the incense. With that thought in mind, Konoe brought a hand to his chest while he walked and pulled out the pouch of incense, holding his breath to keep from inhaling the scent, and threw it to the side of the road. He didn't want to see or smell anything like that ever again.
But it smells so
It
good.
smells so nice. You liked it. Oh, sorry. I forgot to put this down. There you go.
You should change your sensor screen when we play Lamento to the little Miku that you drew of yourself.
Oh, you're so right. Good smell. Hi, Axel. I think you just missed boys kissing.
Oh, hi, Axel.
Hey. Well, as Konoe looked up and glowered at Rai walking in front of him. Konoe suddenly thought to himself, You're so fucking right. I should have my... Why didn't I have that up? Hold on. I can get it like right now. We'll do it in a sec. Konoe suddenly thought to himself. He wondered how much of a difference there was between love and lust. Were they one and the same? If one felt desire, were they one and the same? He was voice kissing. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry,
We'll
bestie.
send it privately.
Let's stop thinking about things like that. Was he still upset? His thoughts were headed in strange directions. Something wasn't right.
Yeah, it's because you like boys.
You like boys, dummy. First off, he needed to calm down. This time, it wasn't all Konoe's fault. Rai himself said the joke was over, so he had to be responsible too. Still, he wanted to avoid breaking their relationship. Therefore, he studied his
Oh,
heart.
now you have a relationship.
Oh, yeah, and looked at things from a practical standpoint. Oh, yes. He couldn't let himself
Yes,
be
quite.
shaken. Konoe kept repeating that to himself, pretending not to notice the strange ache in his chest, and walked single-mindedly. You like boys. You like boys. Ha ha ha. You like boys.
Haha, idiot.
When they arrived at the inn, the sky had gradually turned to dawn. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get my, I can get it so fast. And then pull this up here and go here. There we are. Yeah. This is so much better than the censor. Okay. Let me just fix it. I need to like put a text over it to like show that this is like a censor. But I'll do that another time.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Fujo things happening behind here. All right, now there we are. Okay, cool. When they arrived,
what's behind my special door, you may ask?
Oh,
the Fujo Center.
You know. The Fujo sensor. When they arrived at the inn, the sky had gradually turned to dawn. We finally got boys kissing.
Finally.
Oh my God, finally. At the reception desk, there was a small bell and a piece of paper that read "Ring for assistance," but no one was there. There weren't any cats in the waiting room either, and only the flame of the lamp flickered in silence. He went up the stairs. The second-floor hallway was also deathly quiet. Konoe and Rai headed straight for their room and entered. The wooden hinges creaked. Konoe entered the room and immediately dipped the guiding leaf into the water to bring light. Oh. Oh my God.
Oh gosh.
That startled me. Oh, we're undressing so quick. Rai sat on the bed by the window and began to remove his equipment. The same way, Konoe sat on his own bed and arranged his belongings. Emptiness came. When they were alone, awkwardness immediately welled up. Aren't you still a little, like, pent up, you know? Do you want to, like, I don't know, work
Don't
something out?
you have some more feelings that you want to work out? Come on.
The voices and the sounds they heard at the riverbank came back afresh, urging on his embarrassment. Though the light filled the room Though the light filling the room was soft, it felt like he choked every time he took a breath. Even if he kept still, he seemed to be sweating, so he tried to groom. Present in body but not in spirit, Konoe ran his tongue over his arm.
明日は最終日だ。図書館が開放される。
Tomorrow's the last day the library will be open. Oh, sorry. Tomorrow's the last day the library will be open.
Oh, shoot.
When Konoe suddenly heard Rai's voice, his body jumped excessively. He reflexively looked towards Rai, and his eyes met a pale blue eye.
図書館
Oh gosh, hold on.
Are you alright?
Oh, was it acting up? Yeah, my Discord is acting up. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'll
Okay.
be literally 2 seconds.
Okay.
There we go. Nothing.
The
理屈に
library!
関する書物を探す。祭りに浮かれてもう忘れたか。
To find books about leaks. Are you having too much fun at the festival to remember? Of course he hadn't forgotten. But since his mind was blank, he just instantaneously repeated what he heard. When Konoe nodded, then shook his head, Rai looked dubious.
どっち
Which is it?
忘れてない
I didn't forget.
With his own voice was awfully hoarse. He should have drunk some water while they were at the river a while ago.
何か手がかりが見つかるといい
We should find some good clues.
そうだな。
I guess so. Rai nodded. Suddenly, Konoe stared at Rai's face. His eye was frigid, with a mix of severity and composure. It was Rai
still
as he
pent
usually was.
up.
Oh my god, you wanna help with that? That's crazy.
Need some help.
Need some help? He felt relieved, but at the same time, he felt lonely for some reason.
どうした
What's wrong?
いや
I want a kiss. I want a kiss.
I want a kiss, please.
Konoe looked away, wrapping himself up in his blanket as he groomed. Somehow, he didn't want to continue talking.
寝るのか
Going to bed. In response, he gently waved his tail. When he closed his eyes, he left his consciousness to the darkness. He clearly found a variety of emotions mingling in his heart. However, he couldn't understand a single one of them. He could empathize with other people without even wanting to, and yet he didn't even understand himself. He felt miserable. Enough already. Let's stop thinking these jumbled thoughts. For an instant, he remembered Rai's smile while he tortured the bandit, but he pushed the thought out of his consciousness. He didn't need to stick his nose into matters that didn't pertain to him. Intervening more than necessary would only end in suffering. As he thought deeply about something he couldn't endure, Konoe curled up tight underneath his blanket, his tail coiled firmly around himself. Then he heard a soft sound of Rai calling underneath his blanket. You should come over this one!
What if you came over to
What if you came
my
over to
blanket?
this one?
I misread that for
Rai.
a second. I thought that he literally did go
Mm.
over to his blanket, and I was like, oh my god.
No. The night ticked away like the endless swaying of a large white tail which Konoe knew so little about. The Rai, come over to my side, Rai. All right, fine. The next day was the last day of Anto, but unfortunately, oh, save.
Yes, safe.
That was so important. The next day was the last day of Anto, but unfortunately the sky was concealed with light clouds. Still, the festival was at its end, and the city he'd seen when he peeked out his second-floor window was even more crowded than the 2 days before. Ugh, bustling with excitement. At dusk, Konoe, Rai, and the devils gathered at the dinner table. They had asked Bardo to reserve it beforehand.
いよいよ祭り3日目か。もうそろそろ仮想舞踏会が始まった頃かな。図書館は開放されただろうか。
So is it finally the third day of the festival? The masked ball will start soon, and the library will be open for everyone.
遊びに行くんじゃねえんだからよ。ちった落ち着け。猫に笑われっぞ。
They're not going there to play. Calm the hell down. The cats will laugh at you. Konoe and the other cats sat down on the chairs around the table while the devils did whatever they liked. Froud's body floated lightly in the air, restlessly fidgeting like a child as he paced the dining room from left to right. Berg leaned against the shelf where the tableware and plates were stored. Kalt stood by the wall beside the window, and Raziel stood at the edge of the wall leaning against it.
いくら仮想舞踏会があるとはいえ、このメンツではさすがに目立つだろう。
Even though there's a masked ball, we'll stand out too much in this group.
Kalt opened his mouth with somewhat uneasy expression. Konoe looked over at the many faces gathering in the dining room. Oh, one by one. Yep, there we go. Oh, yep. Somehow, along with Konoe and Rai, there were also 4 devils and a cat from Kira. It was certainly an ominous combination.
今日は祭り最終日だ。よその猫のことをそこまで気にかける輩がいるとも思えんが。
Today is the last day of the festival. I don't think anyone will pay. Oh, sorry, I just read that like normally.
Yeah, I was like, wow.
Sorry, my bad. Today is the last day of the festival. I don't think anyone will pay attention to other cats there either.
そういえば
Oh, by the way, Asito looked up and raised his tail, his expression showing he had remembered something.
屋根から街を眺めていた時気になる話が聞こえた。図書館が開放されるのは全体のほんの一部分らしい。
When I was watching the city from the rooftop, I overheard a worrying conversation. Only a section of the library will be open.
え
Konoe reflexively looked at Asito.
一部分ってどういうことだ
What do you mean by only a section?
重要な文献のある書庫は
You good?
非公開だと。俺も街でそんな話を耳にした。
The private archives and other important documents will remain closed. That's what I heard in the city.
Boo.
Boo. In short, that meant that not all the books could be searched. The amount of information that could be gathered was much more narrow. This could easily become a journey for nothing. Feeling like that nearby hope had suddenly been cut off, Konoe leaned back and let out a sigh.
絶望的だな。
Hopeless.
リークスにまつわる書物となると非公開ゾーンの方にありそうな気がするね。
There may be books that are related to leaks, and I have a hunch they're probably in the private zone.
突破すりゃいいんじゃねえのか。非公開だのなんだの気にしねえでよ。
How about we just break in? Secret or not, I don't really care.
騒ぎを起こすのはまずい。街にいられなくなる。
We can't afford to cause a stir. We wouldn't be able to stay in the city.
Everyone shut their mouths at the same time and brooded. The dining room fell silent, as if it wasn't the last day of the festival at all. No one could think of anything. The sound of big footsteps with long strides broke the silence. Bardo came into the room carrying some cups on a wooden tray.
おう、何しけた面してやがる。曇り空だからってあんたたちまで曇ることはねえだろ。
Drink some
果
juice.
実水でも飲んだろ。
You'll feel
Just drink your
better.
juice.
Drink your juice, you'll feel better. Oh, what are you guys so gloomy about? Just because the sky's cloudy, do your faces have to be the same? Drink some fruit juice or something. While talking in a weary tone that contradicted his words, I can read. Bardo left the cups with water on the table. Rai sullenly looked away. Konoe pulled the container towards himself and sniffed it. It was the faint smell of a bittersweet fruit.
しかしまああれだな。初日か2日目が曇ることはあっても、今まで最終日はだいたい快晴だったんだがな。あんたらもついてないな。
It doesn't matter though the first or second day is cloudy. The last is always clear. Luck wasn't on your side today. Cradling the tray in his arms, Bardo blew a small sigh while looking out the window.
あんたはここに来て長いのか？
Have you lived here for long?
そうだな。冬の祭りも春の祭りも5回くらい見てるね。そういや、今日の舞踏会行くのか？
That's right. I've been to both the winter and spring festivals about 5 times now. Reminds me, are you going to today's ball?
そのつもりだけど。
We wanted to, but...
While he answered, Konoe casually looked between the others. Froud was shaking his head and Berg just shrugged.
図書館は全てが開放されるわけじゃないのか？
Does the library not open up entirely?
ああ。歴史書とかの大事なもんがしまってある方は入れないんじゃなかったか？
That's right. The important stuff like the history books are closed off and cannot be accessed.
そうか。
Sure.
Konoe inadvertently let a discouraged sigh leak from his lips.
Okay. What a weird way to say that.
Bringing the cup of juice to his mouth, he lapped up a bit with the tip of his tongue. He felt the tasty, refreshing sweetness slide down his throat. That just reminds me of food, water, 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 food, water, 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 water.
What?
Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
It's that video of I think it's a little black cat where it's like it's like sped up, so it's like eating food really quickly, but also the image of the cat is like slowly getting distorted as it continues. So it's like pinching the cat's face but making like the eyes get really big in that one filter. And it's just a cat eating food really quickly, so it's like food, 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 and then like licking like from the water fountain. And it's like water, 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 water. Food, 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 water, water,
I
water.
haven't seen this.
Have you not seen this?
No.
Okay, I'll have to find it for you.
I'm so curious.
It's cute. What is it? What do you need from the library?
ちょっと。
It is...
Bardo arched his eyebrows like a kid who'd come up with a prank, smirking.
入る方法
Oh,
ないこともない。
there's a way to get in. The next moment. Every stare in the dining room turned to Bardo at once. A strange, deadly silence followed.
あ
Huh? Receiving some earnest looks that seemed borderline bloodthirsty, Bardo put one hand on his nape in confusion.
その方法を知りたい。
We want to know how.
Yeah. I was like, that's gone away. You're good.
なんでそんな危機迫ってるんだよ。
Why do you insist on knowing?
訳ありなんだ。よかったら教えてくれないかな。
That Froud.
I think that's Froud. It sounds like it.
Because if there is a possibility, why don't you tell us?
教えるにしたって、まずはその訳ありとやらを聞かないと。
I'll tell you, but first I want to hear the reason why.
Excuse me.
急いでる。用が済んでからじゃダメか。
We're in a hurry. Can't we tell you after?
I found it. Hold on. There you go.
Oh, this video. Okay.
Yeah. I was like, you have to have seen this.
I didn't remember it, but yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I have.
Poo. Water.
そうは言ってもな。別に俺とあんたら親しいってわけでなし。
That being said, you and I aren't all that close.
じゃあめんどくせえなもう。感電させっぞ。
Ah, what a pain in the ass. Enough. I'll electrocute you. Berg seemed to have run out of patience and raised one arm in front of him, kicking at one of the table's legs. Right away, thin lines of light covered his arm. When he clenched his fist, it made a crackling sound.
Berg.
Berg.
バカだなお前ってやつは。僕たち悪魔の仮装をした猫って設定になってるのに、全てが台無しじゃないか。
You're such an idiot. You're supposed to be cats in costumes, and now you went and ruined it.
知るか。バレるのがやばいなら嘘なんか初めからつかなきゃいいだろう。
Like I care. If it's so bad to be exposed, then maybe we should have lied in the first place.
嘘。
Lied? Bardo frowned with all his might and pointed a finger looking at Berg.
オタクら。
Freaks! Now they've done it. If they were cats in devil costumes, how could they show a skill like that? It'd be pretty hard to patch things up now. Prepared to be thrown out at any moment, Konoe tried to come up with an excuse, but Bardo opened his mouth while he stared at Berg.
オタクら。どこの大道芸猫だ？
Are you street performing cats or something?
Yes.
For a moment, nothing happened. There was a sense of weakness, as if the air had fallen out of the atmosphere. All eyes froze, looking like they were ready for a fight. Finally, Asato lowered his head before muttering softly.
大道芸猫。
Street performing cats.
大道芸猫でも何でもいいだろう。別に。
Not quite street performers, but it works.
おいおい、猫のチンケな芸と一緒にすんな。
Hey, don't make us sound like we're just some weird cats.
お前は猫に偏見を持ちすぎるな。
No too narrow a view of cats.
うるせえな。だって猫なんだぜ。
Shut up, they're just fucking cats.
そろそろ図書館へ行かないと時間が。
If we don't go to the library soon, time will.
祭り最終日の舞踏会だ。一晩中やってるんじゃないのか。
The ball is on the last day of the festival. Does it go on all night long?
しかし、大道芸猫とはまた新しい言い回しだな。
Still, street performing cats. That's a new way to put it.
おい。
Oh, sorry. As if
It's
caught
okay.
off guard by Bardo's reaction, everyone began to talk over each other simultaneously. Konoe was fed up with this
I love
confused air.
this annoyed
I
Konoe
know.
face.
It's like, y'all. They had gathered here for one goal, but he couldn't see it very well. Being stubbornly independent was a habit for cats, and because devils were proud, they seemed to be similar. That didn't apply right now. Thinking this, Konoe clenched his fist underneath the table. He didn't know how many documents there would be. He wanted to investigate in as much as he could within their time limit. It was impossible to do that alone. As the group kept talking all at once, Konoe became more and more irritated.
Oh my god,
They were
it's
doing this.
still going outside. Damn.
Yeah, it said it was like, mine was like, oh, snow's supposed to stop soon. I'm like, it never started, bestie.
食堂は爪研ぎ禁止なのか？
Is it forbidden to sharpen your claws in the dining room?
Where could I sharpen my
Where
claws?
could I sharpen my claws? My true powers are nothing like that.
猫も悪魔もバカはやはりバカだな。
Devil or cat. An idiot's still an idiot.
Masato was like,
君もなかなか偏見が強そうだね。バカの定義ってやつは何かあるのかい？
You have quite a strong narrow view as well. What exactly is the definition of an idiot?
正義も何もない。バカはバカだ。
Thank you, Rai. There is no definition. An idiot is an idiot.
俺たちの仮想
I like that. Raza was just like, anyways.
Anyway, do you think there would be anyone dressed as us?
さあ、私たちは仮装をした猫ということになっているらしいが。
Oh yeah. Excuse me. Who knows? We apparently just look like costumed cats.
耳の代わりに角をというところか
As if we have substituted our ears for horns.
椅子の足ぐらいなら平気か。
Help him!
Is it okay if I just sharpen my claws on the leg of that chair over there?
He just wants to know.
うるさい
Shut up!
Not able to bear it any longer, Konoe stood up, shouting and slamming both his hands on the table. The fur on his tail bristled out with anger. His claws left scratches on the table. Everyone stopped moving and gave their undivided attention to Konoe. What? Oh, okay. Then I didn't miss anything. I thought I skipped something. Konoe glared all around at what? Start over. Konoe glared around at all of them, ready to bare his fangs at any moment.
いっぺんに喋るな。いいか、こんなことやってる暇はないんだ。バルド。
Don't talk all at once. We don't have time for this. Bardo.
Yes, sir.
俺たちは理由があって、何としても図書館の書物を調べなきゃならない。
Oh lord.
だから、入る方法を教えてくれ。理由は教える。あと、あんたが知りたいことも全部。
There's a reason why, but we need to get... Whoa. But we need to get to the... What? Oh, Jesus.
What?
What? There's a reason why, but we need to get to the books in the library by any means necessary right now. That's why we need you to tell us how to get in. Afterwards, I'll tell you everything you want to know. Everything.
Bardo looked at Konoe with a dumbfounded face, and after a long sigh, he shrugged his shoulders in exasperation.
I bet Asta is still gonna be like,
Yada, yada.
Can I sharpen my claws still?
Can I sharpen my
分かった
claws?
よ理由や質問は一段落してから教えてくれ
My. I don't know what it is, but it seems to be serious. I understand. Give me a summary of what happened afterwards.
あ
Yep.
それじゃあ図で書いて手短に説明してやるうまくはないがなちょっと待ってろ
Hold on. I'll draw a shorthand map to help me explain. I'm not that good at it. Wait a minute. There's his tail. Saying this, Bardo left the dining room with a gentle sway of his tail. As he watched Bardo's back, Konoe felt spent and slumped into his chair with a thump. Oh. Konoe cast a glance to Asato beside him, who had suddenly begun to make a low, rumbling sound in his throat. It was startling.
なんだよ。
What?
いや、
Nothing. Berg sat down directly at the table and snickered while crossing his arms.
猫のくせに
Even though you're a cat.
幼い猫かと思いきやバネのような跳ねっ返りだね君って
Just when I start thinking you're a childish cat, you spring in the other way.
Froud made a full turn and laughed. Suddenly, Konoe felt a gaze on him and he turned to face it. Sitting a little further to the left, Rai propped up an elbow and quietly watched him. Silently cocking his head inquisitively, Rai closed his eyelid and blew a sigh.
バカ猫も牙を向けば一応は猫ということか。
Even if a stupid cat bears his fangs, it's still a cat in the end, huh? Although he seemed to have been made fun of, Konoe didn't even get angry. Konoe, fuck, didn't even get angry anymore.
向かう心は必要だ自分を守るために
You need to buy it back in order to protect yourself.
Kaltz murmured to himself. words seemed terribly lonely, and Konoe turned his gaze to look at Cults.
悲哀を司る悪魔様はいつもつまらなそうだな。
Mr. Devil controlling grief always says boring stuff like that. Although Ver glared mockingly at him, Cults turned his face away without offering a rebuttal, opting to stare out the window instead. Outside, the darkness of night had arrived, and the influx of cats seemed to be at a climax. Many musical instruments, cheering voices, and singing were to be continuously heard. Cutaway suddenly looked back at Cults. He always seemed lonely and sad. He was the devil of grief, but still, he felt different from Berg, Razel, and Froud. Was Konoe worrying too much about nothing? So, hey everyone, here's the thing. So, of course nothing on the translators. They did everything they could to provide us some beautiful work. I want to see fucking none of you complaining though about localizations, because they do so much to help English speaking audiences better understand the story, you know, and put it in a way that's more natural for us as English speakers. Because, hold on, where the fuck was it? I think I skipped way far back. Hold on. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Come back to me. 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 Oh shit. Of course, when I'm trying to make a point, it freezes. Now come back. Now come back. Now come back. No.
Oh no, did she freeze?
Oh no, she froze. Hold on. We can do this. Shit, where's my just another day in the office. Oh yeah, we
Just
froze.
another day.
Just another day. Hold on. Everybody pause. Everybody pause. Everybody pause. You can do it. We did it before where I just like spammed S and it worked. But it might not in this situation.
Please.
Damn it. Will it let me exit out? No, it's doing the thing again. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We've done this before.
What was the thing you were gonna say about making localization? Like,
so
easy?
it was just, I was gonna point out a previous dialogue or like narration, and I'm just like, this is not natural to say in English at all. And I was just noting how it was like some of the dialogue here. I'm just like, while this is a correct translation, it just does not flow naturally in English. You can still understand it, but it's hard to say because it's like, why would you write it like that?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I have to go to my task manager.
Oh my god. This is crazy. You like the snow? No.
You like the snow? Okay, it's fine. It's fine. We're coming back. Very easy fix. We just have to skip a lot of parts again. We saved a little while ago, so it's not a huge deal. All right, can you see?
I can see, yes.
Okay. You like the snow?
No.
You like the snow?
No.
The snow? You don't like the snow?
No, it's that audio. It's that little kid.
Oh, I see.
Almost like, you like the snow?
No.
You say snow.
I see. You say snow. Okay, we're not too far behind, so cool. You know, she's old, she's grumpy. Sometimes she crashes, and that's okay. It just happens.
そう
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. And everybody's like, oh, oh, oh. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. The girls are fighting. The girls are fighting.
Die.
Meow, 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 meow. Let's go. Let's go. Move along. Move along. It's these transitions. Let's go. Let's go. Move along. Asato's worrying about sharpening his claws.
It's very important to him.
Very important to him. Konoe gets upset.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. 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 There goes his tail. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
歯向かう
Mm-hmm. 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 There we go. Uh-huh. 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 Hi, Bardo. Okay, and now he's back. There we go. Bardo appeared in the dining room with a paper and pen. He began a cheerful and concise explanation right away.
ここにこういうのがあってな。で、壁沿いにこう進んでいくと。
Will it be crazy if I do it again? Okay. I think I actually skipped something that I didn't mean to. The player called turned his face away without offering a rebuttal, opting to stare out the window instead. Outside, the darkness of a night have arrived, and the influx of cats seem to be at a climax. Any musical instruments, blah blah blah. Continuously. Oh yeah, that's what I was looking at. It was outside the darkness of the night have arrived. The influx of cats seemed to be at a climax. Many musical instruments, cheering voices, and singing were to be continuously heard. Why would anybody in the English language say it like that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
And I'm just like, why? So I don't want to hear nothing on localization teams, because that would just like you read the sentence and I'm like, why are we writing it like this? But that's because we're translating it directly from the Japanese, and that's how like the sentence structure usually is, and that's fine. That's fine. It does make sense, and it's not necessarily that this is wrong. It's just that's the point of localizing, is to make it easier for English audience to understand and to read.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of other texts that are just like, you know, throughout this that I'm just like, why is it written like that? But that's just because but also nothing on the people who did translate this. I'm absolutely not disregarding their work at all. I'm just pointing out for because localization teams get a lot of hate for what they do, and they're simply making it easier for a Western audience to understand.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
Yeah. He was the devil of grief, but still, he felt different from... Oh, we did this. A Virgo resident proud who was Konoe worrying too much about nothing. Yeah, okay, cool. I'm gonna go ahead and save. Our first crash of the day. Wow.
Wow.
Here we will proceed along the wall barrier and...
なんだよ。
What?
いや
Nothing.
下手だな。
Damn.
Drawing
Get his ass.
Like Asato said, Bardo's picture wasn't very good, and Konoe didn't understand what anything was supposed to be.
Like, yeah, this kind of sucks.
This kind of sucks. When they repeatedly asked questions, Bardo became grumpy. But Konoe fixed up his clothes and finally left the inn. He was like, it's fine. Guys, what's wrong with it? As expected, going in a crowd would draw attention. So Konoe, Rai, and Asuto walked while the devils headed to the library from above. The clamor he heard through the window when they were at the inn was loud, but it was absolutely feverish when they actually went outside. Shopkeepers called out to advertise their festival limited wares, and minstrels engaged the sightseeing cats with one last big show displaying in a grand performance. Many of the cats walking the streets were headed straight north to where the library was. Since nearly all the cats were in costumes, they were likely heading for the ball. Konoe was somehow a little excited. Oh, you know, fucking around.
I wonder what Leaks is doing right now.
Whoops, my bad. Ryan Asuto, walking left and right of him, turned and looked at Konoe. For the time being, the 3 days of the festival passed peacefully without incident. But Leaks was around somewhere, waiting with bated breath for his next opportunity or devising his next plot. Konoe couldn't understand his reasons and motives. Dunno.
What was that? That was vague.
それはいくら考えてもわからないことだ。
No matter how much we think about it, we don't know.
なるようにしかならん。見えない奴のことを考えても意味がない。
Just do what you can for now. There's no point brooding over someone we can't even see. Konoe reflexively looked at their faces in turn. He wondered, is this the first time these two cats had the same opinion?
なんだ
What?
いや、あんたたち意外と気が合うんじゃないかと思って。
Nothing. I just never thought you two would have matching opinions.
At that moment, their ears comically folded back at the exact same time.
いつか殺す対象。
One day I'll kill him.
奴隷と一緒にされたくはないな。
Whoa!
Wow. Oh, that's right, because he follows Konoe around like a little puppy. I don't want to be on the same level as a slave. Light and dark blue eyes met, and sparks flew. Smiling wryly to himself, Konoe looked up. Ahead, he saw the silhouette of a large building. Location change!
あれが図書館か。
That's the library?
His first impressions was of something with neither style nor charm, like a box. It's your kitty box. He'd heard that the library used the remains. Oh yes, he heard that the library used the remains of Toucane's buildings. Yeah, so it's industrial. Look at that.
Yeah, wow.
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 It was a mysterious building with flat walls of gray and unnatural stone, warped and broken here and there with decay. The surface reflected only a dull glow from the bright moonlight hitting it. Yet with the way it stood against the night sky, it had a strangely powerful presence. Because there were apparently only these kinds of buildings in the time of the Toucanes, one couldn't sharpen their claws against their walls. Their ventilation was poor, making them cold in the winter and hot in the summer. Well, listen, sometimes it gotta be like that. Though he thought it must have been hard to live there. Cats steadily entered the square entrance cut out in the front. Around the entrance were festival decorations. Konoe rode the flow of the cats and set foot in the library. Location change. Wow. When he entered, Konoe was surprised how high the ceiling was. Although the other buildings also reused the remains from the Toucanes, this one felt particularly high. Looking up, he saw an elongated bar with a sort of shade hanging down high above.
二つ勢はあれにガラスの丸い玉をくくりつけて火の代わりにしていたらしいな。
It's like a blue banister up there. Two canes tied a round glass bead to that and seemed like a substitute for fire. There was a glass and sisa as well, but it was very precious material. There was no way to obtain it unless they dug it out from among Two Cane's ruins. There was a stone of similar nature, but it was brittle and not very transparent, so it was useless.
どうやったら火の代わりになるんだ。ガラスの中に何か入れるのか。
How? No. Hold on. How did they use that instead of fire? They put something in the glass? Yes.
Yes.
俺も詳しくは知らん。
Probably. I don't know any more than that either.
道しるべの鳩か。
Things like guiding leaves?
それはないだろ。
Nothing like that. Two Canes were so mysterious. Yeah. Although the interior had been changed a little, originally the walls seemed to have been stark, and the changes did not wipe away that austere feeling. Cool air hung around Konoe's body. It felt even colder in here than it did in the night air outside. Just as he thought, it seemed difficult to stay here for long. Right in front of the entrance hall was a large double door, and on the left and right were a series of smaller doors. The front door was freely open, and he could see a more concrete number of cats chatting amongst themselves, the costume cats dancing lightly to the music. The aim of Konoe's group was the door to the right, which led to the library. He signaled to Rai and Asato and approached it. He exited the building. Rows of trees grew around the place, with a straight, narrow path leading around to the back. The library was in a building separate from the ballroom, seemingly built to stand as two in a row. He had a feeling he heard voices, and looking up to the air he saw the devils. They were sitting calmly on the flat roof of the ballroom building. The crowd smiled and waved. It's like, hi! I thought they were worried about not being seen. Rai's voice was a disgusted mutter. As Bardo said, the library was composed of two wings. The right side was open and the left side was blocked off. Guards were stationed at both entrances. The wing that had been open to the general public contained novels and stories, and in the blocked wing there seemed to be documents about the history of Two Canes, Sisa, and the Ripika. In that case, they needed to look through the books of the left wing. Oh, he's so far away.
He's talking to me through the door right now.
The library has back entrances for both wings. In the distant past, Two Canes probably used them, but now there's a huge lock fastened to them that won't budge. But the lock for the left side is actually broken.
Hold on. Hold on. Broken.
It's like all the way back here.
Why is he getting quieter too? What the crap? Oh my gosh, he's dying.
Yes, it looks locked, but it comes off. Probably the work of some brat. When I heard this rumor the following year, I fooled around with it and was able to open it.
Why haven't you told anyone else this?
I'd be in trouble if they started suspecting I broke it.
You're the worst. Is this what all of his thoughts sound like?
I guess so.
Oh no, wait, are all your thoughts muffled like someone is just talking to you through the door?
Hey, thanks to that, you can all go in there now. There's a method to remove the lock, because you can't just yank it off. You push the hanging portion in once and pull while twisting to the right. Do that and it should open.
Got it. Sorry, I didn't pull my
猫
thing
には
away.
気をつけろよ。一大事だからな。
Be careful, the cat's standing guard, or you'll be in a world of trouble. While they walked the path that extended from the ballroom for a little while, 2 more boxes appeared before him. Although Konoe had heard that the library was small, it still felt big enough. It was high as the ballroom, he felt, but a little narrower. So many books were packed in there. Just thinking about it made him dizzy. A lamp hung high overhead, shining brightly. There were several guests, and a guard cat stood beside the door. Even though one wing was closed, there were many visitors around the wing that was open. Although the building was wider than Konoe thought, he blended in with the crowd of guests to the right wing and sped around to the back. Minding the watchful eye of the guards, he moved aside in a nonchalant manner. There was no path, and he pushed aside the thick grass to advance. They went to the back of the building. Konoe could see a door fitted into the dull wall, illuminated by the thin moonlight. As they drew near, he saw a large square log was fastened on the handle. Originally, it was probably sturdy, but now it was aged.
ボロボロだ。子供が触りたくなるのも無理はない。
More now. It's no wonder the kids wanted to mess with that.
2つ杖の時のものをそのまま使っているんだ。
It was probably something when the 2 canes existed as well. When he ran his eyes over the wall, Konoe saw the black door to the building to the left parallel to them.
急ごう。
Sorry.
He didn't know if or when someone would come. Perhaps not the guards, but there could be visitors who wanted to walk around the building or wanted to see the back out of curiosity. Konoe moved to the back of the closed wing at a brisk pace and put his hand on the lock. He knew the method to remove it, and yet tension quickly built up as Konoe's ears slightly lowered. More than anything, he wanted to sharpen his claws on a tree.
釣りの部分を押し込み
He just
右にひねりながら引く
he wants to sharpen so bad.
I need to sharpen the claws.
Please,
Push
please.
in the hanging wall at the hanging part and pull while twisting to the right. Rai's calm voice instructed. Konoe slowly breathed in, repeated it in his mind, and quickly exhaled. Then he touched the lock. From the right of the wall or left wing of the library, the sound of footsteps rustling through the grass resounded. Someone was coming. He looked around behind Asato and Rai. Their ears stood with a twitch. They took lowering stances facing the direction of the sounds. There were definitely footsteps coming closer. They couldn't kill whoever it was. They couldn't cause an uproar. They couldn't be seen. It would be best to stun them before they made a sound. At any rate, whether it was a guard or a visitor, they wouldn't be completely defenseless. Could this be done smoothly? Crouching down in the grass, Konoe silenced his breathing. The footsteps approached the corner of the wall, right within striking distance. For a moment, he didn't know what happened. Suddenly, a pale light and sound exploded. Konoe's fur immediately bristled as he jumped back. In the darkness, he closed his eyes at the radiance. When he opened his eyes, squinting slightly, a large figure appeared before him. As he gawked in amazement, someone's face looked over their shoulder and gave a triumphant smile.
Berg!
Yo.
Berg. Yo.
Yo.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Berg had a limp cat in his arms. It was a guard.
殺したのか。
Oh, that's Asato. Did you kill him?
バカ言うな。軽いショックで気絶させただけだっつうの。
Don't be stupid. I just gave him a light shock to knock him out.
お前なら殺しかねない。
You're the type to kill. Ah, that was Kaltz. I thought that was Asato.
Oh. You're the type to kill.
Kaltz appeared from behind Berg, frowning as if terribly displeased.
俺がそんな野蛮人に見えるのかよ。は？
You see me as some kind of barbarian, huh? When Varric reached out to Kultz, Kultz swiftly smacked his arm away.
触るな。
Don't touch me.
へいへい、嫌われたもんだな。たくよ。
Yeah. Guess you hate that. Jeez. Varric smirked in amusement as he shrugged his shoulders.
他の2匹は
Where are the other two?
俺らに2匹って言い方、違和感ある
The
な。
other,
今来るだろ。
the other two are coming as we speak. Proud and Raziel descended from the sky as if those words were their cue. Whee!
とっておきの秘密を教えよう。実は僕とラゼルはね、近距離での攻撃があまり得意じゃないんだ。ベルグかカルツが適任なのさ。
I'll let you in on a special secret. The truth is, Raziel and I aren't very good with close range attacks. Those suit Varric and Clouds better.
ベルグ一人で十分だっただろう。
I don't know who was speaking, but I think it's me. Varric was sufficient by himself.
念のためさ。
Just to make sure.
Froud grinned broadly and clapped Kultz's shoulder a few times.
こっち側の見張りが戻らないことに気づいたら、もう一匹が騒ぐんじゃないのか。
If he notices that the guy from the other side isn't coming back, won't the other guard be alarmed?
大丈夫だって。起きたら綺麗さっぱり忘れて、首かしげながら元の位置に戻ってくさ。
I told you, it's fine. When he wakes up, he'll have forgotten everything, so he'll just go back to his usual spot a little confused. While saying this, Varric set down the cat in his arms at the other side of the corner.
さあ、早く中へ入ろう。
Mm-hmm.
Now, in we go.
At his urging, Konoe impatiently removed the lock and opened the door. Right away, his vision was dyed white. A musty odor flowed out. Although he turned his face away at once, he breathed it in a little.
すごいな。
Is that me?
Mm-hmm.
It's awful.
キラの宝物庫みたいだ。
It's like Kira's treasury.
早く入れ。
Hurry up and go in.
I'm getting kind of hungies.
I'm getting hungies. I'm snacking. I'm kind of snacking.
I don't really have anything to eat.
Mm. Do you have
What you eat?
chippies?
No? What you eating?
I'm eating the purlines.
What?
Pralines. They're the hazelnut sticks.
Oh, I did not like the wafers?
No, well, yes, I mean they have a wafer-like texture to them, but they're sticks.
Filled with the hazel. I've never heard them called that.
They're literally called purlines.
I've never called them that. I'm just like, oh, the hazelnut sticks.
That's what the packaging says.
I don't even look at the packaging. I just look at the picture and I'm like, that's the one.
That's what they're called. Well, I guess they are wafers. Yeah. Because when I think of a wafer, I think of like, you know, the square or like the rectangle, like a wafer. Not the sticks. Yeah, but that's literally what they're called.
Well,
The devils followed after Konoe, shutting the door behind them.
what soup?
Wahoo!
Oh, what soup?
A baked potato soup.
I've got veggie soup.
Veggie soup. With sounds from outside blocked out, the area was suddenly silent. By the moonlight pouring in through the windows, the surrounding outlines only appeared as lighter shades in the darkness. Wow, this is a big library. Konoe's body quivered a bit, It was definitely colder here than in the ballroom. He could see that the shadows of bookshelves formed and
Equidistant.
Oh, I see. I was reading at it as like like a horse. And I was like, what?
No, like equal.
Equal distant, yeah. Equi?
Equidistant.
Equidistant row up ahead. But there was nothing else here. Konoe began to walk cautiously bit by bit. He felt the sensation of the smooth, hard floor through to his feet.
暗いな。
It sure is dark.
Although his night vision was sharp, he couldn't read a word here no matter how hard he tried. Blah. Then he suddenly felt a light from behind. Turning around, he saw a faint fire dwelled within Razel's outstretched palm. It shone dimly in the building.
あんたは火を操るのか。
Hi, Natsu. Where the Catmen at? They're here. And also
They're right here.
And also demons and devils.
Hi, Natsu.
That was Konoe.
Yeah, I know. I was saying hello to my friend.
I guess. Of course.
You can control fire?
本来の用途とは違うが、今は特別だ。
This isn't its intended purpose, but now is an exception.
助かる。
Taskaru.
Taskaru.
I appreciate it.
He honestly became rigid at the sight of fire. Oh, that's right. But he didn't become afraid.
My first thought was just like, he's just like Frankenstein.
No, he has drama. Oh, it came at a good time? Yeah, you get to look at them. Although he couldn't see as well as usual, Konoe looked over the building, which was now a little brighter. Like the ballroom, the ceiling was high here. All the walls served as bookshelves packed full of books. In the middle of the room, there was nothing but more bookshelves on display. A long ladder leaned against a few shelves so that even the books high up could be read. Like Bardo said, it really was a sight to see. In their daily lives, few Ribika would see this many books. Konoe inhaled and exhaled slowly. Now that he'd gotten used to the musty smell, there was also a warm scent similar to hay. Footsteps echoed repeatedly in the silent space, and partly because of Razel's fire, the entire library seemed to be a living, breathing thing.
僕たちは上から行こうか。
Shall we go from the top? All the devils except Razel rose into the air, and Konoe headed to another bookshelf. They just float up like, wee! He surveyed the spines lined up in a row. Fortunately, because they were written in the language of the Ribika, the categories of the books were generally easy to grasp. As he ran his eyes along the rows, one column after another, a group of books with nothing written on their spines caught his attention. Somehow they drew his interest, and he pulled one out of the book. Nothing was written on the cover.
何か見つかったか?
Did you find something? Konoe looked back to the voice behind him. Rai stood there, his silver hair illuminated vermilion by the flame.
この一帯の本だけ背表紙に何も書かれてない。
Here, none of these books have anything written on them. Oh god, I have to sneeze.
Rai leaned his face closer to look. He opened the front cover and flipped several pages.
Never mind.
Sangha. As Konoe looked down at the same spot, the word Sangha surely caught his eye. His line of sight drawn in, he looked over the rest of the sentence. Oh, more information.
Do you want me to read a little bit so you can have your snack?
If you want.
Once you eat your snack.
I'm just munching. Yeah, sure, go for it.
No, now I'm nervous.
No, go for it.
Okay. There were certain things about the Sangha written here. Born with an exceptionally rare ability, this Sangha did not come from the bloodline of the Kuri. Kuri?
Kurui, yeah.
Okay, Sangha, which consisted of these who were bred to be Sangha.
Oh.
Due to his ability, he was considered a candidate as an okay. Due to his ability, he was considered a candidate as an exception. Because the cat who was supposed to be next in line was envious, the Sangha was assassinated a few years later. Damn. Wherever this cat walked, flowers bloomed from his footsteps.
Oh, come on.
Oh my god! It's like the fucking the poet. Oh my gosh, is this him?
No.
Oh my god. Wherever this cat walked, flowers bloomed from his footsteps. The greenery flourished, and the wind gently brushed his cheeks. It's also like Mononoke.
Or Okami.
This cat's song was not only for a toga, and it roused the hearts of whoever listened, cradling them in his generous, wondrous power. That's him! The cat's song loved all that lived. What? The cat's song loved all that lived, and it was loved in return, and even brought peace to the hearts of the demons writhing in the darkness. I just got a really exciting message on Twitter!
Are you okay?
Yes, something I commissioned is done!
Oh, yippee!
Yay!
Yippee!
I'm so excited! I'm gonna wait. It's gonna be like a treat at the end of the
It'll be a treat. I'm so sorry to keep you.
No, it's okay.
I know you've been looking for this forever.
No, it's okay. I got the notification and I was like, Conway lightly returned to another page. Apparently, this was a record book that compiled the history of the Sisa, mainly of Ransa. Of Sisa, my bad. Not the Sisa, my bad. A Sangha who brought peace even to the hearts of demons.
I can continue now. Thank you.
Are you done snacking?
For now, unless you want to keep reading, you're more than welcome to.
Do you want me to keep reading?
Go for it.
No.
Okay. No.
No. I'm gonna mute myself so I can scream.
Okay. Though he'd been assassinated, what kind of cat was he, and what song did he sing? A song that echoed, conveying one's thoughts through words and melody. Konoe realized how difficult it was only after he became a Sangha. This was a wish never to come true, but he thought that he wanted to listen to this cat's song. Now Konoe's gonna get jealous! A Sangha with extraordinary abilities. I'd have wanted to team up with him. Yeah. Rai's words sent a prickle down his spine, making him feel something that wasn't quite irritation or worry, but the feeling quickly vanished and wasn't clear anymore. Putting the book he held back on the shelf, he pulled out something that looked like it was even more worn. This book appeared to be written about Ribika. A story of the distant past. Toucans, a great presence created by the gods, achieved a remarkable evolution, developing a civilization, only to one day be destroyed by the gods. The gods descended upon the Toucans, trying to erase all living things they created. Toucans foresaw that destruction and isolated a male-female pair of every creature in a cage deep underground. But by the time the wrath of the gods had passed, all that survived was a male of the Toucans and a female cat, the two of them also near death. Among the gods, one lamented this situation. With deep compassion, the goddess Ribika valued their lives. The merciful goddess Ribika respected all life and could no longer endure this. So she entered the body of the cat and created new life by pledging herself to Toucan. She called back all the races that had died out, letting the earth breathe once more. In doing this, the goddess Ribika gave up her eternal life And she lived her life as a cat.
リビカにまつわる伝説か。いろいろな説があるな。
Legend about Ribika. There's a variety of theories about that.
女神リビカは太陽を支えきれず、海に落として月を二つに割った。くだらんな。
The goddess Ribika could not hold up the sun, so it dropped into the sea, and the moon was divided in two. How ridiculous.
この後は二つ杖の文明についてだ。
After this, it talks about Toucanes. Toucanes' civilization. Oof.
Many parts of Toucane's civilization were shrouded in mystery. However, the following pages had written explanations followed by pictures and commentary. Toucanes were the most intelligent of all life. Each tribe had its own language. They created many things, and they had the ability to manipulate their superior technology at will. They could fly through the sky or burrow underground, and they could spend many days at sea. Their sensitivity was sharp, and they excelled in their aesthetic senses, expressing themselves through music and art to convey themselves easily to others. The ancestors of the Ribika were cats that obeyed Toucanes. They were virtually second only to the gods, and could have been called the gods on earth. What was written here noted very well the legend that all Ribika knew.
この絵、図書館や舞踏会場にそっくりだ。しかもたくさんある。
I'm here. Sorry, I was resizing.
Mm.
This picture looks just like the library in Ballroom. There's a lot of them. Yeah.
Konoe looked up to the ceiling of the library. It felt like it had somehow risen much higher than when you looked before, and the air felt slightly chillier.
Both of us can't read.
Can't fucking read.
We're hitting that 5-hour wall.
この絵を見る限りだと森も見当たらない。
Even the soil is warmer than this building. When I look at this picture, I can't see any forest either. Well,
絵の
yes.
中にはないというだけだろう。
Might just not be in the picture.
二つ杖はどうして滅ぼされたんだと思う？
Why were the Toucanes destroyed?
If what was written was true, they were superior. What had made the gods displeased with them?
神
Well.
二つ杖にしかわからないことだ。
So much. Only the gods and Toucanes know.
そうだな。
I guess so.
All Ribika yearned for Toucanes somewhere in their hearts. Konoe was among them too. Because they were in existence almost like the gods who gave birth to the Ribika, he couldn't help but be fascinated by their diverse abilities. They were fluent in multiple languages, able to cross the sky, the sea, and go underground, and they invented many things. Konoe didn't seem to see any books describing what Toucanes looks like, but he heard that they walked on two long stick-like legs, so he can only imagine something very odd. Konoe, they look like you! Since their brains were so well developed, wouldn't their heads have been unthinkably huge? He started having these sort of thoughts. That's so funny to think about. It's like these alien fucking long stretched out creatures, like some fucking Mandela creature.
It was like, what is that?
Mm-hmm. Several pictures and documents have been unearthed about the cats, and they knew that their ears and tails were similar to those of the Ribika now. That being said, the average cat couldn't even read the language of the Toucanes, and if they were translated into the language of the Ribika, they could be read, but that still didn't mean all cats could understand them. The rest of the pages seem to talk about Dunsen and other villages. Closing the book, Konoe returned it to its original place. The records they found so far were interesting enough, but he still hadn't found anything important about leaks. Maybe there was something somewhere in these nameless books. He pulled out a different book from the same row. Suddenly, the light inside the building went out.
ラゼル。
静かに。
Quiet. In the darkness, the air came under an unpleasant strain. Holding his breath, Konoe perked his ears up and widened his eyes to look over his surroundings. A voice. A loud voice. Not one, but multiple. Was something happening outside? With a throb, a stabbing pain shot through his chest. Clutching his chest through his clothes, Konoe grit his teeth. The painful pulsating of his heart hastened. Could this feeling be?
来たか。
I think that's also, I don't know. It could be cults. Sometimes
Who
they sound the
knows?
same. They've come.
Who knows?
ようやくお出ましかな。でも、本体じゃなさそうだ。
I think that's Proud.
Yeah, that is.
Mhm.
Finally. But there seems to be no main body. Main body?
Hontai.
What the fuck? Yeah!
Body? The air swayed gently as the devils descended from above.
リークスじゃねえってことだ。下っ端だよ、下っ端。ほら、とっとと外出ろ。じゃねえと客の猫が巻き添え食うぞ。
That means it's not leaks. It's some lower underling. Hey, let's hurry and get outside or the other visiting giddies will be collateral damage. It wasn't leaks. Konoe sensed this the most. Pain in his chest continued, but it wasn't intolerable. But this pain was infinitely more like the sensation. Yes, like the sensation of Leek's hand drawing closer. I was like, am I reading that right? I am. He immediately headed to the back door and opened it. Just then, the muffled uproar reached his ears very clearly. They went around to the front of the library. The noise came from the direction of the ballroom. They all run away? Visitors and guards were gone.
お相手さんは4匹か。サンガとトーガなのかはわからない。
There are 4 enemies? I don't know if there's Sangha and Toga.
僕たち2人ずつ、猫2匹と1匹でそれぞれ分かれよう。猫の1匹はきついだろうから相手せずに、僕たちの誰かのところまで誘導してくれればいい。
We'll split into 2 groups. With 2 of us and... What? With 2 of us and 1 of you against 2... Wait, what? With 2 of us and 1 of you against 2 of the enemy.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. Oh my god. I was like, how... I understand now. Okay. Will serve as a substitute to assist with 1 cat. To assist the 1 cat without a partner.
You got it. you did it.
I'm sorry.
That reading of that, I was like, huh?
The localization, again, love y'all so much. I love you. Sometimes it is a little confusing, also when you're dyslexic.
Rai suddenly grabbed Konoe's arm.
お前は俺と来い。
You're coming with me.
Well, okay.
Konoe was surprised, but he was also offended by Rai's aggressive attitude and instinctively pulled away. Asta glared and Rai growled lowly.
勝手に決めるな。
Don't just decide that.
俺から離れ。
Don't separate from me.
Do not go far.
Do not go far from me. Ah!
何言って。
What'd you say?
He was pierced by that thin blue eye and could offer no further retort thanks to its authoritative intimidation. Why was this cat so aggressive? But at the following words, Konoe shut his mouth for a different reason.
必要ないかもしれん。いざという時があったら歌え。
It may not be necessary, but you might have to sing. Something like a falling stream of water chilled him to the core. In the end, Rai just wanted a sangha. He only needed support by letting Konoe amplify his own strength. Konoe also realized this several times before. No, Konoe, no! He furrowed his brows tightly and glared at Rai, then firmly shook his arm free from the hand grabbing him.
わかった。
Fine.
Konoe spat in a mutter. He didn't get why he was so frustrated. There was nothing wrong about Rai wanting a Sangha to help him fight as a Toga. In fact, it was only natural. In his mind, Konoe understood it. Still, why? It quickly became impossible for him to understand. Gritting his teeth hard at the thought, Konoe realized his tail was harshly lashing from left to right. A bloodthirsty light burning in his eyes, Asato glared at Rai.
He's jealous.
He's like, if Konoe were my Sangha, I would take care of him. And
I would take care of him.
I would be nice to him.
I would be nice to him.
And I would tell him, thank you, and I would say peace, and I would tell him, oh, Konoe, you're doing such a good job.
Asato is so sweet.
He's so cute. I love him so much. You're the worst. The worst Toga.
He's like, yes, flatter me enough.
Anyway, what was that? Rai's expression became tinged with a fierce color. They seemed ready to lash out at one another, but Froud stepped between them and broke them apart. Stop fighting! Hi.
He's like, ladies, you're both
please,
very
you're
pretty.
both beautiful.
You're both pretty. Now can we move on? Yes, that's enough. Let's not do that.
Ah.
What?
I didn't know you
What does
cats
that
had that
mean?
kind of sex appeal.
What does that mean?
Verg snorted in irritation. Rai and Asato glowered at each other for a while, but eventually turned away from each other.
What does that mean?
Them getting all like defensive and possessive and sexy.
Oh, so he was calling them sexy.
Yeah, he's like, ooh, spicy.
He's like, ooh, me like. And then they're both like, ugh, no.
Mr. Black Kitty.
Well, Mr. Black Kitty can lure one of them to us.
Got it. Not to.
He's so sweet.
It'll cause an uproar if they appear on the streets. Draw them to the other side. Raziel nodded towards the road connecting the two library buildings. It was narrow, and bushes and branches on both sides overlapped overhead like a roof. Beyond that, the forest opened out. The ballroom door leading to the library violently swung open. Panicked visitors jumped out or tried to crawl to escape, their ears and tails lowered. Thereafter, 4 shadows appeared. Oh, ninjas.
Oh,
they all look the same.
cat ninjas.
Cat. Wow. Each shadow wore a dark, tattered cloak. The hoods covering their faces were dark, while their eyes gleamed. They resembled those twin cats, but they were different. The 4 cats stopped and turned Konoe's way. The confrontation was brief. It was just a few seconds, but it was very tense. One of them bolted forward. Then the second, third, and fourth followed suit. Hey, let's go already! Shouting and laughing, Verg began to run behind him. The other devils followed after him as well. The narrow path soon ended. They escaped through the narrow road. In the middle of the night, the moon of shadow appeared and disappeared through the gaps in the trees as they ran. He felt 4 bloodthirsty creatures behind him. They were chasing after them. As if laughing at them running through, the trees noisily swayed and their leaves rustled. Reaching the forest at the same time, Konoe and the devils scattered. Scatter! Whoa!
Scatter!
Proud cults Raziel, Verg, and Asato faded away into the darkness of the grove. Konoe kept running alongside Rai. Since a while ago, Konoe's chest had seemed to be filled with a foggy haze. It overlapped with the pain of empathy that came at the same time, his feelings sinking deeper and deeper. For those of you who might be new to this or just joining us, Konoe's empathy is that he can feel the emotions of other people that he interacts with. Sometimes, most of the time, it's involuntary. So whenever he feels somebody's pain, it's like double heightened for him. If he feels their anger, it's heightened for him as well. He's just connected to the emotions of others, even though he himself is very emotionally stunted. So he can understand the emotions of others, but he can't understand his own, is where the beautiful symbology is. Of course, Konoe knew he had no time for it now, so he desperately tried to shake it off. There was a sound of someone other than himself stepping lightly on the ground. Someone was chasing them on their own. They didn't appear to be paired with a sangha. If that was the case, there was no need for him to sing. Rai slowed down and stopped, looking back. Konoe followed suit. At a distance, their pursuer stopped as well. Where's Leeks now? A quiet, forceful voice echoed through the dark forest. Their pursuer remained mute, only letting his eyes shine with murderous intent. A puppet. Even if he talks, it doesn't matter. Ninkyo.
A puppet.
Literally. He doesn't have any thoughts other than to follow Leeks' orders. While Rai glared at their pursuer, he slowly drew his long sword. Konoe drew his too and raised it in both hands.
There probably isn't anything else to do, I think.
What?
Things get dangerous. Sing.
Konoe didn't know why he said something like that. His mouth moved without his permission. Rai regarded Konoe with a slight frown, but he soon turned his gaze back to their pursuer. Oh! Oh, wow.
Oh.
You're not a sangha right now. Only think about fighting. Konoe looked at Rai inadvertently. Look ahead, Buck. I was gonna say Bakaneko. It was just in my brain.
Look ahead, Bakaneko.
Bakaneko.
All according to Kikaku.
Exactly. It was just in my brain. I was like, Bakaneko. Anyway. Look ahead, idiot cat.
It's okay, we're all weeps here.
Konoe was caught off guard and turned back to their pursuer as soon as he was told. But in his mind, he was influenced by a sensation that was neither anger nor surprise.
Because you said...
What is it?
That I could sing if things got rough.
That was then. Now you need to do something else.
You brought me along as your sangha. Yes.
Yes. Duh. Naturally. What do you gain from asking?
There's one of them. Won't it be faster if I sing and you fight?
That's super fair. Sanga's song drains you mentally. There's no Sangha over there, so don't waste your power. For some reason, he felt like what he was saying and what Rai was saying were strangely missing each other completely. If the Toga fought with power, the Sangha had to fight with their song. No wonder it exhausted them. But although Rai brought him along as a Sangha, Konoe didn't understand why Rai didn't let him sing. What was he to Rai? Konoe doubts welled up. They surely could not begin to understand each other's intentions. Maybe Rai didn't mean it that way. Here they come. It was a complex feeling, but it was temporary, and Konoe decided to forget about it. There was something else to be done now. If he didn't sing, he needed to wield his sword. Konoe focused on the enemy before him. His ears lowered and his pupils drew to slits. A growl of intimidation naturally leaked from his throat. The pursuer slowly crouched down, and kicked off the ground and jumped, passing high overhead. Konoe looked up at the sky. However, it was just the moon of shadow floating there. Where was he? Just when he had let his line of sight hover around, Konoe heard a hissing sound and looked back. In the sky behind him, there was an opponent with his sword hoisted up. He put one hand to his blade as he held it horizontally, catching the incoming impact. The harsh sound of sword clashing with sword resonated through the air of the forest. One of his knees scraped the ground. The bones of Konoe's hands rattled. When he saw the other cat's face up close, it was still covered in shadow. Only his eyes still gleamed, full of unnatural bloodlust. Konoe shuddered. Damn it, this.
Hey, I was trying to let my Discord reset itself. It did.
I see. He grit his teeth and gradually pushed the blade back. He put his strength in his knee and pushed up at once. The opposing cat was repelled and flew back, landing again. Rai took a defensive stance and leapt forward when he saw his opportunity, thrusting out his sword. The pursuer dodged and clashed his sword against Rai's, jumped aside, and ran off toward the grove. Wait! Konoe and Rai ran in pursuit. They ran for a while, neither gaining nor losing ground on him, but suddenly Rai turned around to Konoe. He nodded to the pursuer's back. For a moment, Konoe didn't get it. Hurry!
I love this CG.
With his red eyes.
Yeah.
But then he understood. Konoe sped his pace up to a run and kicked diagonally forward. His feet connected with the trunk of a tree, his legs coiling with tension like springs, and he jumped out towards the opponent. While he listened to the sound of the wind hissing, he brandished his sword in his hand. The pursuer cat glanced back over his shoulder, then kicked off the ground and leapt sideways. But Konoe's movements were only a distraction. Rai had already leapt up high, landing before the pursuer to trap him. He thrust out his sword without waiting even an instant. When the pursuer quickly jumped back and regained his posture, he fought back with his sword. Konoe lowered his stance and glared at the other's back, waiting for a chance to strike next. The clash of swords continued for a while, and Rai took a strong stride, swinging his sword downwards. The pursuer tried to block with his own sword. But when Rai daringly swung his sword down, he also drew his dagger without missing a beat, aiming at his opponent's waist. For a moment, the pursuer's back arched. Nah. Konoe kicked off the ground. As he ran, Konoe put all his speed and weight on his sword, swinging it sideways and slamming it against the flank of his opponent. The pursuer tried to escape, but he took the blow head-on. He still tried to twist his body as he landed. Whee! At that moment, Rai pounced. He landed in front of the pursuer just as he was barely getting up again, bringing his sword to his side. The pursuer raised his arms as if to struggle against him. But his arm lost its strength before it could reach the target, and his sword was tossed out into the air. Silver hair billowed, and droplets of blood scattered as if to follow after it. The cat, his throat sliced open, cried out in a high-pitched sound. Instead of a voice, it was like air leaking out. Eventually, the cat's knees buckled. His chest and body were stained red as he fell to the ground and lay there. Konoe shut his eyes and let out a sigh of relief after he saw it. The stabbing pain in his chest seemed to gradually fade away.
大したことなかった。
Hello?
Are you good?
Okay. I'm good. I was trying to unmute. I got soup delivery.
Oh, soup.
It wasn't so bad.
When he sheathed his sword and turned his gaze to Rai, he was shocked.
He's got that crazy look in his eye.
Yep, Rai remained standing before the fallen enemy. He held his eye patch with one hand. Konoe's chest throbbed with a bad premonition. This had happened before. His eyes widened. Sweat blurred on his forehead. Pain overlapped the beating of his heart. A muddy stream of hot and bitter emotions rushed in. Rise. Emotions. It hurt. Konoe almost collapsed, but he tensed his stomach and endured it. Not wanting to miss a single one of Rai's actions, he looked up. Rai's lips curled into a faint smile. A shiver ran through Konoe's body.
Stop it!
Konoe cried out at once, but it was too late. Rai swung his sword down on the dead cat. The sword rent into flesh with a horrible sound. The sound drew up once again. Rai raised his sword once more into the lifeless mass of flesh. And again. The still warm blood stained Rai's silver features.
Stop!
Konoe began to run, forgetting his pain. He clung to Rai's back, holding onto him with all of his strength. Konoe didn't want to see this. He couldn't think of any other way, so he held on for dear life. Although Rai tried to brandish his sword again, he slowly lowered his arm. While watching him, Konoe eased his grip on Rai. He looked at Rai's face from the side. A second shock struck Konoe. For a while, Rai watched the blood-soaked dead body with a distant expression. Then Rai raised his bloody-stained arm slowly and looked at the blood. Rai stuck out his tongue, carefully licking and sucking as one would on candy. A smile crossed his lips. A thin-lipped, red smile. Rai's eyes were
sexy.
vacant. Kind of sexy. Kind of hot.
Kinda sexy.
A little hot. Transparent blue floated vaguely without strength, vitality, or dignity. The red spots splattered on his white ears and tail were branded into Konoe's eyes. Konoe made a fist and punched Rai in the back with all of his might.
What's wrong with you? Snap out of it.
He hadn't meant to do it, but Konoe's fist shook. Rai was insane. Rai. Warmth touched the arm clinging to Rai's waist. Startled, Konoe looked up. It was Rai's hand. The hand gripped Konoe's arm and tried to pull it off. Konoe slowly loosened his arm, gently releasing Rai's body. Rai didn't move, but eventually he sheathed his sword and looked back. His eye was full of its original blue color. The pain of empathy faded from Konoe's body. He'd come back. Konoe's knees felt like they'd buckle. Somehow he held on. He thought this was relief from the bottom of his heart. Wanting to check once more, Konoe stared at Rai's face. Rai's furrowed it. Okay, that one's incorrect. It would just be Rai furrowed his brows. His expression awfully complex. Somehow he looked apologetic. Rai's gaze fell to his blood-stained hands. Then he looked at the horrible, mangled body of the dead pursuer. Both of his hands clasped tightly. Konoe could say nothing and stared at Rai in silence. When the enemy had fallen, Rai had been holding his eye patch with his hand. And then he'd changed. Perhaps just before their opponent perished, his raised sword had grazed Rai's eye patch. It was the same. Just like the incident with the bandit cats. He knew one thing. Occasionally, Rai smiled in the middle of a fight. Konoe couldn't pretend not to see it anymore. He'd seen this twice. What caused Rai to be like this? Why did he do this? Konoe had a mountain of questions. But how was he supposed to ask? Would he understand the answers? He didn't know. Rai was frightening. Maybe that was what he thought. Hatred. Might have held it. Konoe was terribly confused.
あんたは
You.
Able to say only that, Konoe looked down and remained quiet. Stifling, heavy silence lingered like a pit of stagnant water. The hand that had struck Rai's back ate sharply. How much time had elapsed? Maybe just the blink of an eye. I think this is our little lizard.
Our little lizard friend?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, sorry. A soup.
Suddenly, high-pitched
Soup.
laughter seemed to rip through the silence.
Got
Immediately
quackers
looking
too.
up, Konoe ran his line of vision over his surroundings. The space above them distorted and a small form gradually appeared. A body grew out of that form, stretching out and turning, and the bent-over body straightened, holding up both arms while suspended in midair. The edges of his small lips delicately curved up. Yep.
Yahoo!
Iseki.
Yahoo!
元気にしてた？楽しんでもらえた？
He's so me.
he is for you.
Wow, it's been a while. How are you? Do you have fun?
お前
You?
You. It was Leeks' Sanga, Firi. Konoe's entire body bristled in aggression. However, Firi looked at the corpse of the pursuer lying there. As if he didn't care at all, Konoe got angry. Firi grimaced.
何これ？ここまですることなかったんじゃないの？
He's so me.
Yeah.
Ugh, what a mess. You didn't have to go that far.
黙れ貴様何の用があって姿を見せた
Shut up. Why are you showing yourself here, you bastard? Rai spoke in a particularly sharp and low voice. Konoe felt it prickle on his skin, a feeling that was neither bloodlust nor aggression. Yeah, turned on. Me too.
Yeah, same.
何言って。
He said, why that make my pussy throb?
様子を見に来たんだよ。頑張ってるのかなーって。
Why, isn't it obvious? I came to see how you're doing. I wonder if you... Oh, okay. I wonder if you've been doing your best.
貴様
You bastard. Rai growled and drew his sword.
リークスはどこだ
Where's Leeks? Firi tilted his head and smiled, humming to himself.
バカだね。言うわけないだろ。けど、リークス様がどうされていらっしゃるかは教えてあげる。なぜって、これはあの方の戯れに過ぎないから。
Don't be stupid. There's no way I can tell you. But I'll tell you that Lynx is coming to you. Why? Because this is really amusing to him.
戯れ
He's playing with us?
そう、戯れさ。リークス様は楽しい。お前が意外と骨のあるやつだったから。だから、来るべき時が来るまで、お前にも最後の自由を楽しませてあげてるだけなのさ。
That's right. He's playing with you. Master Leaks enjoys that because you've shown a surprising amount of backbone. That's why until the time he comes, even someone like you may enjoy your last moments of freedom. Sorry, I will read it and then I'll read the same line over again and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
どういうことだ
What do you mean? Oh shit, I have to
Giving-
blow my nose.
Go ahead. Giving no reply, Firi revolved once in midair, seeming to gently swim through the sky. He suddenly thrust his face right before Konoe's eyes.
あの方は、
Oh.
お前が必死に生きようとして、自分のところまで来るのを待っていらっしゃる。今のこの時、お前はリークス様に生かされてるんだ。だからさ。
While you struggle desperately, he'll be waiting for you to come to him personally. Now, Master Leaks is allowing you to live, So,
Petey's words stopped there, and his lips formed a cold smile.
あの方を楽しませるために、お前、もっとあがけよ。
to please him, you must struggle more.
A muddy stream of neither heat nor cold surged deep into his body. At the same time, he drew his sword and lashed out. Petey's body nimbly arched backwards, and the blade of his sword cut the air in vain.
そうそう、その調子。見せ物は息が良くなくっちゃね。ほら、もっとおいでよ。もっと叫ばなきゃ。あの方に届かないだろ。
That's right. That's the that's right. That attitude. A good show should be rife with danger. Hey, come on. Cry out more. We won't reach him otherwise, you know.
黙れ。リークスはどこにいる？
Shut up. Where the hell is Leaks? Ahihihi.
Petey cocked his head left and right as if playing with the fool, then slowly held out one hand to the side with an exaggerated gesture.
じゃあ、俺と遊ぼうか。勝ったら教えてあげる。
Then, will you play with me? If you win, I'll tell you.
Petey turned down his palm. He heard the sound of something rubbing against a heavy object. A large black masses. And large, I'm like, A? Yes. And large black masses appeared dozens of times from Petey's hand.
We're reaching that wall.
He's throwing down orbs.
Too much reading.
They flopped down to an invisible floor and divided into several smaller chunks. The masses moved restlessly and soon changed into shapes of crouching cats. Oh! A large number of cats slowly stood up, their cloaks ragged. They wore hoods, their eyes gleaming, the same cats who had chased after Konoe before. In a melodramatic gesture, Petey put a hand to his chest and bowed deeply.
俺、リークス様からこいつらをいっぺんに操る歌を教わったんだ。ちょっと試してみたいから付き合えよ。
Oh, crackers. This is a song Master Leaks taught me. I can control all of these guys at once. I want to try it out a little bit, so play along.
In total, there were 10 of them. Ooh. Moreover, according to Petey's words, all of them had the support of a Sangha against the 2 of them.
No, now's your time.
Now's your time!
Now's your time, Konoe.
They were at a disadvantage no matter how Konoe looked at it. He glanced at Rai. Rai furrowed his brows in a severe expression and glared at the approaching enemies.
歌えるか？
Can you sing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can sing. Yeah. Konoe nodded and closed his eyes, taking a deep breath and calming his senses. Although there was still lingering vexation about Rai's change, he drove it to the corner of his mind. You're not a Sangha right now. Only think about fighting. Rai's earlier words still circled through his mind. If the enemy had a Sangha, then Konoe needed to sing now. For a second, and only in part, he felt like he understood what Rai said. Would he hesitate when it came time to sing? When Konoe asked himself, a voice in his head told him it would be okay. He opened his eyes. A melody sounded in his ears. Petey's body glowed faintly. He was singing. The tone was like a whistle. It was high, thin, wistful sound that spiraled up, surrounding the cloaked cats. Petey slowly shook, putting a hand lightly to his chest and looking up. It was like he was really singing aloud. As the cloaked cats were shrouded in light, they brandished their swords. The eyes peering out from underneath the shadowy hoods shone with intensifying bloodlust, and they stood still as if to pounce at any moment. Konoe didn't know what they could do against these odds, but they had to do something, or they'd die. Konoe closed his eyes again and quietly looked within himself. The white flames soon swelled up, drawn from his heart and soul. Yippee! Konoe heard a song, a calm, gentle melody. The white flame became rays of light that flowed from his body to rise. The cloaked cats gradually moved to surround the two. Whoa, 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 whoa. They began to circle slowly and sped up until Rai and Konoe could no longer distinguish a single cat. Kitty watched the whole situation, laughing and singing. One cat launched from the spinning circle. The blade of his sword was raised, aiming for Konoe. He was targeting the Sangha. Rai pounced off the ground and swiftly blocked the downward swinging sword with his own. When a harsh sound echoed, Rai tried to draw his dagger and thrust it into the cat's belly. But the cloaked cat suddenly turned and returned to the circle. Rai couldn't tell which one it was.
的当てゲームみたいだね。もちろん的はお前たちさ。
It's a guessing game, of course. The target is you.
Kitty giggled in amusement. The cloaked cats jumped forth one after another. Rai moved to parry their attacks. There was no telling where the next blow would come from. Furthermore, because they disappeared back into the circle immediately after, Rai couldn't let his guard down. In this situation, Rai would only be tired out. Konoe needed to break up that circle somehow. But if Rai moved, he would be left open. Perhaps that was what their opponents were waiting for. A few of them dashed out at the same time, clashed swords with Rai and went back. He didn't know how many times they collided. Rai's body seemed to lean just slightly. Damn it. Rai bitterly clicked his tongue. Konoe wasn't in that state for long, though. He had to do something. His melodic light driven by agitation, Konoe suddenly thought this. He had a sword. He had fangs and claws. Even without Rai, couldn't Konoe hold on his own for a while? For now, he'd sing as much as possible. If Konoe could amplify the power of his support for even a moment, Rai, he could do it. Konoe glanced aside at Rai. As if he felt his gaze on him, Rai turned around. He frowned questioningly and nodded at Konoe. Even if he sang as much as he could, Konoe didn't know if he'd actually sang well. But now, he could not think of any other way. To believe in the song of the Sangha, even he had to believe. Konoe closed his eyes and once more evoked the white flame. It was released into his body as always, but he increased it this time. Soon the melody became a quicker tone. The flame was released and swirled around his body. It was hard to breathe and Konoe grimaced. In his ears, a rhythm resounded like a racing heartbeat. If Rai heard this song, he'd finish it for sure. So he had to protect himself, his body, the Sangha. In the back of his mind, a sound with an enormous mass tolled like a bell. Violent flames burned from his fingertips, the tip of his tail, all around him. Hey! As if he noticed the change in the melody, Rai turned towards Konoe. However, two cats jumped out from the left and right, stopping him while he had to deal with them.
Go. I'm
Konoe
curious, do we ever, hear what the songs are, or do we just
This
have
is
to,
it right now.
guess? Oh.
This is just singing. And there's also another song that played, the...
Oh.
That's also the song he sings.
My brain is it's not just vocalizing, there's lyrics.
No.
Could you imagine if you had to freestyle lyrics on the spot?
Just like hit Mike.
For your boyfriend to do well in battle?
Yeah, it's just like hit Mike. Konoe released a song from within. A different, more intense light wrapped around Rai's entire body. Rai had a look of surprise on his face, but as if he'd obeyed Konoe's intentions, he turned and plunged into the circle, leaving an afterimage of light streaming behind him. The circle spinning at high speeds was disturbed, and two of them tripped over their own feet and fell prey to Rai's sword. Speedy's gaze turned serious for an instant, but then he defiantly narrowed his eyes.
あっちはどうするのさ。
What are you gonna do about him?
Several of the cats in the circle bared their fangs, pouncing towards Konoe after tossing aside their weapons. They were coming. He didn't have a chance to draw a sword. Konoe stopped singing and growled threateningly, beginning to run. He slashed out with his claws, focused on the face of the first cat. He aimed at the throat that tilted back in a cry, sinking his fangs in. The taste of blood filled his mouth, and a low growl issued from the depths of his body. A savage instinct gradually awoke in Konoe. Yeah, get him, Konoe. Konoe felt a sharp pain in his tail and looked up from the throat he'd bitten into. Claws grazed his cheeks. Pain also coursed through his ear, the pulling so strong it felt like it'd be torn off. He grit his teeth and kicked at the stomach of the cat, biting his tail. While Konoe heard a muffled moan, he frantically clawed out over his head. He could feel skin breaking, but he didn't know where he'd struck. However, pain bit into his body over and over.
All those noises he made. Shut it.
Okay, yeah. It cut out for me, but I believe you.
Oh. Damn it!
Damn it! It was one against many, and his opponents weren't just ordinary cats. Konoe felt dizzy and desperately clung to his wavering consciousness. By singing, he had already used up a great amount of his strength. If Konoe fainted now, it was all over. He twisted his body so they couldn't reach any vital areas and avoided the claws that tried to slice at his throat, baring his fangs and fighting back fiercely. He didn't know if the taste of blood oozing in his mouth was his own or not. He couldn't fall. Not until Rai came. A kick hit his jaw. For a moment, Konoe was blinded by shock. When he opened his eyes again, a cat's crimson face commanded his view. Saliva dripped from his open mouth, his fangs bared sharply. A little above, there were two strange glaring eyes. Suddenly, Konoe raised his arm, slashing his claws across the cat's cheek. The enemy cat screamed and rammed his claws into Konoe's shoulder. His body stiffened in pain. Even if he kicked at his opponent's gut with his knee, there was no sign that he'd move aside. He was paralyzed with pain. The cat tried to bite at Konoe's neck, exhaling rough, bloody breaths. Oh. Wow. At that moment, a screaming roar permeated his ears, and the cat's chest bent over. His body convulsed and went still, like a mechanism inside him had stopped. A dull sound and a scream echoed around repeatedly. The cats who were about to overpower Konoe fell down, and a shadowed field of vision opened. Silver billowed in the night. There stood Rai. His shoulders rose and fell with his labored breathing, and Rai frowned harshly as soon as he looked at Konoe. The stupid cat! Rai shouted, but for some reason Konoe felt that the sound of his cry was comforting. He wanted to laugh so badly, and was puzzled by his own strange state. What are you laughing at? Did you finally lose your mind?
Yeah. なんでもない。
No. It's nothing. But I'm your idiot.
Saite no baga. You're absolutely the single biggest idiot I've ever met. Rai gripped Konoe's arm tight and forcefully pulled at it. There were wounds all over Konoe's body and he ached everywhere, but he couldn't afford to mind it. About 2 cloaked cats still remained, growling threateningly. Because Konoe was constantly tormented by pain, his consciousness was close to paralysis. He strongly shook his hazy head, looking at Rai again. Rai was also seriously wounded in many places. Behind him, several dead cats lay fallen.
もう歌うのは無理だ。
It's possible to sing again, isn't it? Konoe nodded slightly, his teeth clenched in frustration. Any more would be impossible. His song from a little while ago had exhausted all of his energy. But there were still 2 cats left. Beauty stood behind them, his arms crossed.
捨て身の戦法頑張るじゃないか。褒めてあげる。けど、もう後がないんじゃない
Ugh.
ダメだよ。トーガより先に使えなくなるなんて。サンが失格。
Desperate tactics? You're doing your best, so my compliments. But aren't you at the end of your rope now? That's not good. For you to become useless before the toga, that's a failure as a sangha.
Cruel light dwelled in Firi's eyes, and the corners of his lips edged up coldly. Rai stepped forward, brandishing his 2 swords in his hands. Konoe drew his sword as well, turning to Firi. That's what they call him nowadays. 2 sword.
猫ってどっちかが負けを認めた時点で戦うのをやめるんだろ。まあ俺は猫じゃないからやめてやらないけど。
You won't surrender? Will you cats stop fighting? Will you cats stop fighting when one of us admits defeat? Well, since I'm not a cat, I won't.
まだ負けと決まったわけじゃない。
You haven't defeated us yet.
へえ、根性あるね。もう終わるのに。リークス様にご報告しなくっちゃ。さぞ悲しむだろうな。また退屈になるってね。
You've got guts, but it's already over. I must report this to Master Leeks. He will surely be saddened, since things will be boring again.
Firi closed his eyes and smiled wider, then slowly began to sing. Light flowed from his body to the cloaked cats. A melody like a flute pierced Konoe's ears.
俺とあんたでやれるか。
You and me, can we do it?
さあな。
Who
Hehehehe.
knows? Sana. Rai twisted his lips in irony and laughed. Although he seemed resolute, Rai was probably also exhausted. His tail hung limp. Because he'd fought with so many opponents, both Sangha and Toga, it wasn't any wonder. Now they still had 2 left to fight. Their chances of winning were low. Still, Konoe didn't think that they had lost. His body still moved. This battle wouldn't be decided until he could not even lift a finger anymore. Surely Rai was thinking the same. With that thought, Konoe gripped the hilt of his sword in both hands again. The cloaked cats were crouched down. They were coming. They kicked off the ground and leapt, crossing diagonally. The sound of clashing swords echoed in quick succession. The midnight forest was a flurry of low growls and rough breaths. Konoe and Rai each parried a blow. Rai strongly pushed back, then stepped in for a counterattack. However, Konoe's body was more battered than he thought. Konoe pushed back against his opponent's sword with all the strength in his body, even though his arms trembled. Their swords parted, leaving a chance moment. He was about to slash at the opposing cats without giving time to react. Konoe was too late. His creaking muscles slowed his reaction. When he looked up, a white blade of light flashed overhead. Instead of an impact, there was a light. It was immense, and even when he closed his eyes, the dazzling light still painfully shone through.
What?
The cloaked cat's scream sounded. Contorting his face while shielding his eyes with his arm, Konoe fell to his knees. The light enveloped their surroundings for a while, then eventually faded. Not feeling any light from the other side of his eyelids, Konoe timidly opened his eyes. He blinked several times, the darkness merging with the greenery that was reflected in his eyes. Rai was on his knees beside him. The 2 cloaked cats and their swords fell and lay flat. What was that light just now? When he turned his gaze to the front, he was shocked. There stood the poet. He could no longer sense the bright light, but the poet's body itself seemed to emit a faint light. The hem of his long cloak billowed, and he looked back at Konoe. Like always, Konoe could see no expression on the face obscured by the shadow of his hood, but he did feel an unexpected relief. He's protecting us, Konoe suddenly thought.
そうなんなのさいきなり
This song is so pretty.
Yeah, I love this song.
Damn it. What's with this all of a sudden?
Petey got up and glared at the poet.
こいつお前たちの仲間こんなのがいるなんて俺聞いてない
Is this a friend of yours? I've never heard of him before. My best friend.
My best friend. The poet quietly turned to Petey, strongly waving his tail hidden under his clothes. He uttered neither words nor a growl. Even so, an overwhelming air of opposition overflowed from the poet. Petey raised his chin as if to say he wouldn't be outdone, and though he glared more harshly at the poet, he bit his lip in frustration.
なんだよなんだよお前
I'm telling Master. I'm gonna tell Master you're gonna be in big trouble.
I'm gonna tell you. What? What are you? I'm telling Master Leaks.
Spitting his childish remark, Petey kicked off the ground and jumped high.
待て
Wait.
Petey's body rotated in midair and disappeared as if slipping into the darkness. Afterwards, the cloaked cats lay there forgotten. They didn't budge. They were probably dead. However, soon black smoke rose from the dead bodies and they vanished without a trace, as if they'd evaporated. Konoe and Rai couldn't understand what happened and stood still for a while. The stillness of the night was heavy with moonlight. Even though his sense of awareness was keen, Konoe felt lightheaded, like this wasn't real. With his sights, a figure dressed in long clothes stood like a phantom. Again, he had appeared. The poet. Rai lowered his ears cautiously and picked his sword up off the ground.
あの猫、何者だ?
What's that cat?
敵じゃない
He's not an enemy.
知っているのか?
You know him? Konoe nodded. The pale blue eye narrowed sharply.
何度も助けられてる
Helped me many times.
リークスの罠という可能性は?
Could be one of Leek's traps.
ない
Nope.
He turned a strong look to Rai, repeating it.
それだけはない絶対に
Just isn't. Absolutely not.
どうしてそう言い切れる?
What makes you say that?
Because he's my friend.
Konoe could offer no immediate answer. There was no evidence, no proof. But he was absolutely not an enemy. It was something like intuition making him think that.
とにかく絶対にない
Anyhow, he just isn't.
Konoe stared back at the judging blue eye. As if discerning something, Rai looked back at Konoe in silence. Their eyes and wills intertwined with each other, exploring each other's true intentions. One could lie through his words, but the eyes could not deceive. So even if he was intimidated, Konoe didn't back down. Before long, Rai exhaled slightly and sheathed his sword.
好きにしろ.
Have it your way. In response, Konoe let out a breath he was unintentionally holding. Konoe turned his eyes to the poet.
さっきの光あんただろ助かった
That light from a while ago. Was that you? You saved us.
Konoe told him honestly. He already knew he wouldn't get a reaction. Still, it was fine. For whatever reason, the poet always let him, helped him. He was certainly odd, and there was room for suspicion. Even so, he didn't intend to doubt him. It may have been the air about him and the music he always played. The poet strummed his instrument with a claw. Once, twice, the music gently flowed and made the air quiver. Konoe was inadvertently enraptured. It was a gentle, wistful melody that soothed the creaking pain in his body and even his heart. There were no lyrics, but he thought it was surely a song of mourning. The melody rose into the sky, leading their souls from going astray. When Konoe surrendered his body to the comforting sounds entering his ears, the performance suddenly halted. He closed his eyes before he was even aware of it, and opened again to look at the poet. His face, shadowed and covered in cloth, turned towards him, only his lips were visible, moving subtly. Follow me. It felt like he'd said that.
またついてこいってことか。
You said to follow you again?
It was like that time he was lost in the Void Forest. Naturally, there was no response, and the poet quietly turned on his heels and started walking. Staring up, Konoe made a face at the stabbing pain in his body. It triggered that distant sensation into coming back. When Konoe unwittingly stumbled to his knees, Rai caught his arm and raised him up.
どうするつもりだ?
What are you going to do?
あとは追う。
Follow.
どこへ行くか知っているのか?
You know where he's going?
知らない。けど、来いって言ったんだ。
I don't know, but he said to come with him. As if to admonish him, Rai pulled hard on the arm he held. Konoe took a slow, deep breath and looked up at Rai.
俺はあんたのサンガだろ。だったら少しは信じろよ。
I'm your Sangha. Believe in me a little. As soon as he said that, Rai furrowed his brows and kept quiet. Complex, vivid color floated on his expression. After hesitating for a moment, Rai harshly released his arm and clicked his tongue. Konoe thought he was angry, but a faint smile crossed Rai's lips.
My apologies.
ずいぶん大きな口を叩くようになったな。
I suppose you just have far too much
Look at
bravado.
his face.
Look at him. The words were spoken along with an incredulous sigh.
誰のせいだよ。
Whose fault is that?
知らん。
Dunno.
どっかのトーガのせいだ。
Partly the Toga's fault.
知らん。
Whatever. The avoidant answers are slightly amusing. While Konoe smiled just a little bit, he turned his gaze to the poet's back, shrouded in
あん
darkness.
たも行くだろ。行こ
You're going to, aren't you? Let's go.
Konoe began to run after the poet. Rai's footsteps followed behind. Okay, do you want to keep going, or do you want to...
What are you feeling?
Because I'm trying to remember with the next part that we're going. Let me check. Yeah, we still have quite a fucking bit to get through, so...
Jesus.
Yeah. We're getting there, but yeah, we still got a
I
while.
know. How long have we been going?
About 5 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
I hate when we play Lamento because we go for like 5-6 hours and I'm like, we got so much done. We really didn't get that much done.
Well, we got kissing, so...
We sure did.
That
we
was
got
very
a little dry
important.
humping too. I think I'm okay if we stop right here. I kind of have a little bit of a headache.
Yeah, that's fine. And also your sickies.
Yeah. But I want to keep going, but my bad, D.
I know, it's okay. We'll be back next week?
Yeah, I can do next week.
Yes, we are good next week. I was seeing when is my birthday. That's in 2 weeks. Yeah, okay. Alright then. We'll go.
Yeah, next week is
there.
the 28th. I
Yeah.
think I have an appointment that day. No, I don't. I don't have an appointment that day. Oh, I forget? Okay, yes. Okay. Just looking at something.
Okay. There we go.
Oh, I'm so sorry for being kind of spotty here and there.
No, you're okay.
I'm sorry if it felt like I was engaging a lot.
No, you're okay.
Okay. I had fun. I really liked the story.
I'm gonna make you bigger. I know, it's so nice. And you finally got to see them kiss.
I know. It was great.
That's so exciting.
It's great. It was almost heat-inducing.
Almost. Close.
Great.
Close to a heat cycle. Hell yeah. We'll be back next week, probably. Same time, same place.
Boys thing.
And we'll see. We're getting to a part, but I think we have quite a bit before it, because I think the bedroom scene is like the fucking very last thing that happens, or it happens.
That's so crazy.
Yes, either that or it happens right before a big moment. I can't remember which.
Hell yeah. They really make you wait.
They make you fucking wait for it. Jesus, because we're I think this is part 4 technically. And we do like 6 to 7 hours each session.
Yeah.
And it's been 4 parts. So
Slow Damage was not this long.
No, it was not. That's why I said.
Damn.
That's why I said I was like, I can absolutely play Lamento on stream, because you don't even touch anything until like fucking 20 hours into the game.
Yeah, we're pretty well into it, and this was the first smooch.
Yeah, and they just kissed. That's it. I mean, if you went down a bad route earlier, they would have had a little bit more, but I mean, it still wouldn't been like an actual like CG. It just would have been like words.
Yeah.
So yeah. So yeah, next week is a normal schedule for now. We'll be back with Okami on Sunday. Yippee! Yippee! I'm a puppy on Sunday and a kitty on Tuesdays. And then coming
on
up
Mondays, you're just
on Mondays I'm having a fucking aneurysm from trying to comprehend Disco Elysium. And then the week after that, we're gonna week after 2 weeks, for, like I've been saying, for my birthday coming up, we're gonna have I'm gonna have a fun little surprise for everyone. Very excited. And then also we'll have a bunch of games with friends, so Ami will probably be around. And hello Axel, hello, if you're around for some fun games with friends.
Hi Axel.
And Natsu, if you're, I know it's a little bit before debut time for you, but if you're around and want to game with friends, I'm gonna have a long birthday stream. And so we're gonna have fun with games. We're gonna play a whole bunch of things. I have a whole bunch of stuff lined up. I just need to properly organize it. I'm in. Yay! Yippee! Yay! So exciting. I made sure to have a friendship. I made sure to have like a variety of games lined up so that like everybody could play. So we'll do like some Jackbox, and then we can do some Liar's Bar, because I wanted to play that, or some Buckshot maybe.
Damn, I'm so sad because I can only do like phone-based ones because they don't really have anything to play on.
That's why I was like, you can have Jackbox. Otherwise,
Garlic Phone.
We could Garlic Phone. I have other if others are available, I wanted to do some Mario Kart too. Maybe some drinking and driving. We'll see.
I know Axel and Rayleigh. I think Rin also have Golf with Friends.
Yes, Golf with Friends too. Yeah. My favorite. I want to golf so bad. Yeah, and then we'll chat, it'll be a good time. I just gotta properly organize it, and figure out what that schedule is gonna look like for the day. But we'll be on pretty much the whole day. So if somebody can't make it in the early portion of it, that's totally fine. You can drop by later, which I assume mostly everybody's probably just gonna drop by later. But that's okay. I have plans. Yeah. All right.
I know
Alright.
that day, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to drop by later. 'cause
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think I'll have to be working.
That's okay. All right. But that's all from us. We're going to head
I'm gonna
out.
take a nap.
We're going to go nap right the fuck now. Both of us are simultaneously going to yeet in bed and go to sleep at the exact same time.
I think I might actually shower just to warm up a little bit. It's so
it's
cold
so
right now.
cold. Is it still snowing?
Yeah, it's like a white sheet out there. It's snow.
Wow. So exciting.
My car is covered.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Well, good night, good evening, good morning, whatever time zone it is for you. And we'll see you guys next week.
For more boys.
For more boys.
For
All
more
right.
boys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.